now that the Dolphins might pass on a quarterback at 5 and possibly take Jordan Love at 18, or I think the other pick is 26 in the first round
Bummer.
tonight.
Wow. All right, we should be live now. We are. We are on YouTube. Let me give you your link. And there is to Sam. And this is to you. And what does that say? That's live studio. All right. So we are live on YouTube and on Sportscaster. I think I'm live on Sportscaster. I'll check that out in just a moment. But I'm Lawrence Owen, and with me today is Sam Sinclair and Jake Elrod. Go ahead and introduce you guys.
What's going on, Colts fans and a lot of other fans of hopefully other teams? Sam Sinclair, of course, like what Law said. We actually live pretty close together, so kind of got to meet him through Facebook groups or Twitter groups. So it's real cool. We're about to go through the first round and probably the second and third round of the draft tomorrow. So real excited to bring you that type of content, and we can't wait to go through this draft and see all the different variations that happen going on tonight.
Yeah, Jake, Sam's co-host on Circle City Sports Podcast. Thanks, Lawrence, for helping us put this on. I can tell Sam and I are underdressed. You look a lot nicer than we do, but we're excited to put this on.
Awesome, man. I appreciate you guys being here. So as a lot of you know, I cover all the NFL. I focus a lot on the Indianapolis Colts, which, of course, already spent their 13th pick on DeForest Buckner. Why don't you guys go ahead and give your thoughts on what Chris Ballard did with that 13th pick, whether or not you think it was a good trade, whether or not you think it was good to extend Buckner, just your thoughts entirely on that whole 13th pick in the trade.
Well, when I saw it was just 13, I was completely shocked because, Buckner is a multiple-time Pro Bowler. He's a first-team All-Pro a couple years ago. He's arguably one of the best 3 techs in the league. I think if you're giving up just the 13th overall pick for a proven Pro Bowl player and All-Pro caliber player like Buckner, I really love that. I love that trade. I mean, just to give up only 1 pick, and I know it's a top 15 pick, a top first-round pick, but I really like the deal. The extension might have been a little bit costly, but for a guy that's going to play a premium position like what Chris Ballard said, a guy that's a premium player, I don't really fault Ballard for giving him that extension.
Yeah, that I kind of reiterate what Sam said. He really hit the nail on the head there with just the 13th overall pick. We've seen, what guys like Khalil Mack got traded for, and, kind of those premium positions along the defensive line, able to rush the passer and stop the run. Chris Ballard, since he got here, has talked about filling that 3 technique. And I think that being able to just trade the 13th overall pick was a steal. I mean, considering what we've seen other teams trade for players that aren't even as accomplished as Buckner. So I think the fact that he was able to trade only the 1 pick, then on top of that, get him signed to an extension. It is a hefty one, but he's a top 3 defensive tackle in the league. So it was worth it for me by far.
And he's young. He's about, 26 now?
Yep.
So,
Yep.
And, I mean, you look at – I know Houston's not a great, barometer to judge yourself by, but, I mean, they didn't even get a first-round pick out of DeAndre Hopkins, a multiple-time All-Pro and a guy that's still in his prime. So, I mean, to get – to only have to give up a first-round pick, I think it's just a great deal by Ballard.
Oh, I fully agree with both of you guys. I think this is an absolute steal, in my opinion. I think this was actually really good all around for all 3 parties involved: San Francisco, the Indianapolis Colts, and DeForest Buckner. I mean, Buckner got his money, right? That's what he wanted. I'm sure he didn't want to leave the locker room that he's been with for all these years and has built a repertoire with. But at the same time, he's coming to another locker room which he knows has a lot of just solidity with it that Chris Ballard has built. So I'm really excited to see what he can bring because, oh my goodness, I mean, the film breakdown, after I broke down his film, I realized how just not only how dangerous he is, but because of how dangerous he is, other teams double team him so much, it allows one-on-ones for everyone else on that line for them to just shine and make plays on their own as well.
And really, like what Chris Ballard said over and over in the offseason, all you got to do is turn on that Super Bowl film. That's the only game you have to turn on to see his impact in the game. And, in the AFC, we've got quarterbacks like Deshaun Watson, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, guys that are, scrambling type quarterbacks. We're going to need a guy that, has a high motor like DeForest Buckner, a guy that can get interior pressure on those elite type quarterbacks.
And this is a great chance for Buckner to prove he is a guy, one of the premier guys, because, he had Armstead and Nick Bosa kind of overshadowing him a bit last year. And I think, he may have a chip on his shoulder. Yes, he's an all-pro, but to get dealt from the 49ers after having an all-pro season, that's probably something that weighs in on him a little bit. And probably he feels like he has something to prove. And now coming over to a Colts team where he can prove to be the guy, I think this may be even a better situation for him than San Francisco.
And even you look at Buckner, he was a top 5 pick a couple of years ago in the draft, all-pro, Pro Bowler. And to think that instead of getting paid from your franchise, they pick Eric Armstead over him, and then they only trade him for the 13th overall pick. Yeah, I can agree with Jake that he's going to be very much motivated to be the guy on our defense next year.
And everybody in the NFL knows that Eric Armstead is not DeForest Buckner. He's good. Don't get me wrong, but I just DeForest's talent and ability to make others around him that much better is just head and shoulders above what Eric Armstead can bring. And a lot of people who defended this, saying that they kept the right guy in Eric Armstead, said that Eric Armstead could play all the positions on the line. In my breakdown of DeForest Buckner, that man can play every position on that defensive line. Nose tackle, the 3-tech, either left or right defensive end, and he does it very effectively. So now think about this. Last year, Justin Houston come in his first year, got over 10 sacks. And he was the guy that other teams wanted to make sure was blocked, and he still got 10 sacks. Now that we have DeForest Buckner and then Kamoko Toure coming back off of his injury, when he went to injury, he was rated by PFF as the highest quarterback pressure percentage per snap in the NFL.
Yeah, Jake's been beating on that drum all offseason so far.
Yep. So having Buckner there is just going to raise the level of those other two guys, man. It's going to be scary. I can't wait to see it, because that's going to bring so much more pressure to the other quarterback, which is going to make our linebackers that much more effective. Our cornerbacks that much, they won't have to cover for 4 or 5 seconds at a time. Man, I would not be surprised if the Colts defense is a top 5 defense next year.
And Buckner at his position, especially in this type defense, he's one of those very few players that affects all 3 levels of the defense. Of course, he's going to affect inside. Justin Houston and Ben Banogu and Kamoko Toure are not going to face double teams all the time on the perimeter. The linebackers are going to be able to run free to secondary. The secondary is going to be able to jump on passes a lot more in their zone defenses. Buckner is that type of player that's going to affect all levels of this defense.
Absolutely. Like when I broke down Xavier Rhodes and TJ Carey that was signed by the Colts this offseason, I noticed that they are very twitchy cornerbacks. They like to jump snaps. And with the pressure that this defense is going to give now, they're going to have more opportunity to do that rather than just hold on for dear life and cover someone for so long. They're going to be able to jump snaps and make big plays happen in the backfield or in the secondary.
And when you look at this defense, it was really a tale of 2 halves of the season, right? I mean, when Toure was healthy and the defensive line was clicking, this was when we beat Kansas City. This was when our defense looked like – that was around when Chris Ballard made that statement that this defense is special, because he saw the impact the defensive line was making, and you hear him reiterate over and over. But 2019 was really a personification of him talking about the importance of the defensive line and specifically the interior pass rush that Buckner brings to this defense. I mean, once Toure went down, and Houston for the sack numbers were nice, but he wasn't consistently getting pressure down for down like Toure was, the defense completely collapsed and it changed. and we were giving up 35 points per game, and they looked completely different. So I think this is a defensive line that can, as a unit, break out, but also help this defense break out, because you look at the lanes now that a guy like Darius Leonard is going to be running through, it's going to be like night and day. I mean, this was a two-time All-Pro without a guy in front of him like Buckner, and now we have Buckner and Stewart clogging up that middle. Both are going to command double teams. It's going to be scary for teams playing against these fast linebackers.
Oh, yeah. Well, not just that. Remember, Eberflus is not afraid to send corners and safeties on blitzes. I mean, Kenny Moore, so quick, so athletic. When he's sent on a blitz, he is very difficult to stop.
Mm-hmm. He's probably one of the best slot corners in the league, and arguably he's probably the one slot corner that you could send on a blitz. And I remember that Kansas City game distinctively. He came off the edge on, I think it was Cam Ewing, left tackle for Kansas City, dipped right underneath him, got the sack on Patrick Mahomes, and I'm just like, that's just special, man. Like, you can't teach that. And that's why Chris Bauer loves Kenny Moore so much.
So I'm going to leave the picks up to you guys to announce, because I don't have a secondary TV in my visible range. I will just read and react to what you guys have, because I don't have that right now.
Yeah, so the draft hasn't started yet. The ESPN broadcast has, but I guess we'll focus overall on the teams now. So I'll ask you guys this. What one player do you think would be in the first – that should be a first-round pick? What one player do you guys look at that could possibly be a perfect fit at a perfect situation for one NFL team?
I just did a breakdown for Clutch Points not 3 hours ago. You can go read the article. And I fully agree with this. Now, I am the guy, especially with the whole situation with Andrew Luck and what happens when you don't get an offensive line in front of him. However, with Kyler Murray having DeAndre Hopkins, could you imagine if they waited till the second and third round to really help out that offensive line and spent their first pick on CeeDee Lamb instead? Oh, my goodness. It'd be like Harrison and Wayne.
That was my pick, too.
I'm going to have to disagree with both you guys. I think they're going to have to address offensive line, because really I don't know their picks off the top of my head real fast, but I know, they can get in either an elite level offensive tackle at number, I think they're picking 8 right now in the first round. They can either get a really great left tackle, like a guy like Mekhi Becton, the guy I've mocked to them. I think Mekhi Becton would be a perfect fit for them. They can get a guy like Mekhi Becton at 8 overall, come back in the second or third round, and get a guy like, KJ Hamler, Jalen Reagor, a guy like that. I just think this wide receiver class is too deep, especially for a team that's not pressing as a big pressing need at receiver, to take a receiver at 8 overall, even though it would look great and it would be great for fantasy.
Well, how about this? What if this happened? What if they did pick CeeDee Lamb, and then tomorrow, as the draft starts, you hear Cardinals trade their second-round pick to Washington Redskins for Trent Williams?
And see, I think I thought I heard on Twitter a little rumblings that the Browns were trying to get in on Trent Williams. And I mean, that could very much happen. I think Trent Williams is still worth the second-round pick in this NFL, because I know he's a little older, like around Jason Peters' age, but I mean, he's still a solid left tackle. Didn't play last year, of course, so I mean, he's still got some years under him. I just think you need to find that left tackle for the future to protect Kyler Murray, and I think that's why they should go with either Mekhi Becton or Tristan Wirfs at number 8.
Oh, I don't disagree. I mean, you can't go wrong with going offensive tackle. But how often, in my opinion, when you go top 10, you gotta get someone that's an impact player. Now, not saying offensive line can't be impact. I am a Colt fan. I mean, we have Quentin Nelson. We've proven that. But do you think that Beckham or Wirfs is going to have that kind of an impact, as opposed to having a Reggie Wayne type receiver sitting next to DeAndre Hopkins?
He would. I honestly think either one of the offensive linemen would. Because you think about it, I mean, yeah, Arizona's going to be running up and down the field, offensively, passing-wise, but, you can't get it to the receivers if you don't have protection. And we saw that with Andrew. Well, Andrew Luck was a little bit different of a scenario, but, I mean, think about it. I mean, If you have 2 seconds to throw, especially with Kyle Murray, you're going to need passing lanes to throw to or throw through because he's a little shorter. So I think you're just going to have to protect Kyle Murray because that's the future of your franchise.
I think your mic on your headset's a little not quite as good. I'm hearing a lot of your breath and stuff of that nature.
All right, I'll switch back here in a second.
I'm just trying to let you know. So your thoughts, Jake?
Yeah, see, if this was another situation, right, I would probably agree with Sam. Here's the thing, though, is Cliff Kingsbury runs that offense, and it's an air raid type offense. It's a quick pass, and anyone that watched CeeDee Lamb at Oklahoma, we watched a lot of Jalen Hurts. CeeDee Lamb's the guy you gravitate towards. Why? Because that was the guy that they were allowed Jalen Hurts to quickly get the ball in his hands and would take slants for touchdowns. And, yeah, offensive tackle, like you said, obviously a premium position. In the air raid offense, though, can they afford to spend a day 2 pick on one, a high-end second-round pick? They're going to be picking top 5 again in the second round. And there's guys that, Sam, we've done our fair share of mocks, and Lawrence, I'm sure you've scouted a lot of these guys, there's going to be a lot of quality second-round tackles that are available. And is there going to be a Quentin Nelson type left tackle in the draft that can match what CeeDee Lamb could bring to the Cardinals offense? I don't know. Honestly, I haven't looked at those guys on that level, but from what I've heard, none of these guys are on that elite level. They're, top tackles go in the top 10 all the time because they're so valuable. But when you look at CeeDee Lamb, I mean, he's just such a dangerous yak player, such a threat to take any pass he has to the house. I just think Cliff Kingsbury is really going to salivate over having this guy, and especially coming from, that spread offense, it's really just going to take that Cardinals offense to another level.
All right, so we got some questions here on Sportscaster. First off, I want to thank Alex VUSN, Winging Joe for joining. Thanks for the follow also, Winging Joe. Rev, thanks for joining. Jane and Steph, thanks for joining and following me. Lawson, Indy Lawson, P. Gray Jr. 55, and Smiling Sally. MD Lawson has a couple questions. First off, they still have Larry Fitz, right?
Yep.
And they do, but Larry Fitzgerald is at that age where you don't expect him to last a whole lot longer. So I think getting CD, that just be scary offense. He also has another question. Where is Bowden Jr. do you think is going and when?
He's a very interesting prospect, a guy I like. I've talked to Sam about him quite a bit. I find him an interesting fit actually with the Colts. When Ballard talks about guys that like adversity, like guys with character, Lynn Bowden this last year took a challenge to sacrifice his own development to be the quarterback for Kentucky because he thought that was going to be the best opportunity for them to win. And I really like his athleticism. I really like his speed, but most importantly, just the character, what he brings to the table for a team with a 4th, 5th round development. A lot of people like Jalen Hurts with the Colts because of his ability to be kind of a multifaceted offensive player. Lynn Bowden could be a guy you grab in the 4th, 5th round that could fill that type of role if they don't grab him. He wasn't nearly the passing threat, obviously, that Hurts was, which is why he's going to be a 4th or 5th round pick, but the athleticism is really nice. From what I read on him, a lot of teams rave about his intelligence and his leadership skills, so he could easily be a guy that I could see the Colts even targeting, but I view him as kind of a 4th round guy just because, again, he sacrificed his own development for the betterment of Kentucky last year, and that really garnered a lot of respect for me.
Before Sam Sinclair responds as well, I want to say hi to Jay Davis on YouTube. Thanks for joining the stream on YouTube. Wave back. He gave us waves. All right, so Sam, your thoughts on
Uh-oh.
I'm not hearing him.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yep.
I hear you now.
There we go.
Revived me. Yeah, Lynn Bowden, I mean, he's a very interesting prospect. He could be a guy like a Taysom Hill-like player. And, yeah, like what Jake said, he's probably a 4th round pick. Maybe get him in the 3rd round. It just depends on what you need as a receiver. But, I mean, if he were to come to the Colts, I think it'd be very interesting because of, the multitude of roles that he could play in the offense. He's not really a guy I would really want in the 3rd round. I think the Colts need to spend a 2nd round pick on a receiver, especially a more proven receiver like a Michael Pittman or, like a Jalen Rager or someone like that. So, but I mean, he would be a very interesting prospect for someone in the 4th round.
All right, so you asked me. All right, Jake, I'm the one that came up with the whole. Well, at least I brought up CD to the cards with Sam Sinclair's question. Why don't you go ahead and go with your maybe your surprise pick?
Well, he wasn't the surprise, but CD was my guy too. I looked, like I said, I looked a lot at Oklahoma, and I just every time I watched them, CD Lamb just jumped out. And I was like, man, Cliff Kingsbury is gonna love this guy. You know, especially with guys like Lincoln Riley. He'll be a head coach in this league soon with his offensive play calling, and Cliff Kingsbury is kind of in that same realm of very creative offensive coordinators. And I just really it just kept sticking out at me of man, this guy would be a great fit there.
So I'll ask you guys this. Do you guys see any players that could possibly be taken like a little higher, a little bit of a reach, or a guy that you think that could, possibly fall in this year's draft?
Oh, this is a situation where I think Jordan Love will be reached for, just because there's a few teams out there that are quarterback needy, and they want someone young. And I know that there's a lot of people who love Jordan Love. I am kind of on the fence because I think he has a few issues with decision making. You hear that cliched around a lot, but when I looked at it, he really, really did. But I still think there could be some teams.
So the Bengals pick is in. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, yep.
It's probably no surprise. It's more likely to be Joe Burrow.
They welcomed him yesterday. They gave his family the jerseys. This pick was made yesterday, so doesn't look like we're going to be giving up our next 6-round picks for him, guys. Sorry.
It should have been made January 1st if we're being honest.
Probably was.
Yeah, Roger Goodell is kind of giving a little speech right now, but yeah, I even saw what was his name? Paul Brown mailed him. I'm like, dang, does he not even have a cell phone? Like, could have shot him at least an email here. He sent him an actual mail.
Most of these owners are like 80 years old, so it's no surprise he's probably a handwritten letter in the mail.
Thank you, C. James USN, for joining the stream. Coleslaw and Circle City. He's like, whoa, laugh out loud. Hey, we all got to stick together. So,
so Roger Goodell's still talking. I thought they said on the broadcast the pig was in, so I'm gonna guess.
Yeah,
I don't know when he's gonna say it, but
you've watched these enough to know when they say that you got another 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Go get a drink, go to the bathroom, whatever you got to do. These picks take years.
Oh wow, they just announced that they're on the clock. I thought the pick was in. Wow.
Oh, they're on.
So
the pick is
20 minutes.
In. They're probably
it says they're on the clock, so probably another 20 minutes or so before we get that pick in.
It don't make no sense because it has been announced that Miami has offered like a king's ransom for that pick, and it has been reported that they flat said no. So
I don't know what it would take for me if I'm the Bengals to trade out of that pick. I really don't know what it would take. And I think that's just because I am very much enamored of getting your franchise quarterback, but I just really don't see what you could trade.
I think I like Tua. So if I was the Bengals, I might go for that, but it would have to be a situation where I could get back up to the third with Washington and get Tua. And
they would have to tank again. They would end up tanking again for a top 5 pick next year. Go
tank
after Lawrence or Fields, either one of them. But the thing with Joe Burrow is a lot of people have talked to me about his 1 year of production. That 1 year of production was 60 touchdowns. People underestimate. Yes, it was 1 year of production, but we have never seen a year of production like we saw out of Joe Burrow last year. And you can credit that offensive staff. You can credit the players around him, but man, Joe Burrow look dynamite next year, and I just hope the Bengals take care of him because if he does, we got a special quarterback coming into this league. I feel like,
and not to completely slander Jacoby Brissett, but Jacoby didn't even throw 60 touchdowns in his 2 seasons as a starter with the Colts. So, and Burrow did it in like 15 games.
Yeah, but that's also college.
Still, he's playing in the SEC. He's playing the best competition. That's basically NFL Junior League.
I don't know.
We got 25 minutes in before you slandered Jacoby. Sam, I'm proud of you.
Thank you. Now I just need to slander Nate McMillan, and then we'll be done. The prop bets will be in. So looking at this draft, I really don't see this draft really starting until probably pick 3. I think Redskins should take Chase Young. I think that's pretty much chalk. But once we get to 3, we've heard rumors about the Detroit Lions possibly trading that pick, and it'll be very interesting. I think that's when the draft will probably start. Is that 3rd pick with the Detroit Lions?
I think they have the opportunity. They need to. They need to trade back. If they have their full confidence in Stafford, they need to add talent and protection around him and show that they do have faith in him. And trading back and gaining more picks in the top part of this draft would absolutely show that.
And I don't necessarily know, like, I think Miami was rumored to trade up to number 3, but, like, I don't know why you would want to trade up 2 spots, especially when, you've got the Giants right there at number 4 and then Detroit Lions, of course, at 3, who you'd be trading with. I don't really see a team that would take a quarterback in front of Miami, so I don't see necessarily why they would want to trade up 2 picks.
No, not with Daniels at the Giants. I'm pretty sure they're pretty happy with what he did last year for that team.
And see, go ahead, Jake.
Could be the fear somebody else will trade up too.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
The Giants have reported to have number 4 on the block. Again, this could be smoke screens, but you can scare another team a lot like the Bears traded up for Trubisky, knowing he would probably be there at their pick, but they had gotten wind that there were teams that could have been interested, or the front office had spooked themselves into thinking someone could be interested in trading up. And that could be, if they are that much in love with Tua, that could be a reason why you trade up, just to be 110% sure you get that guy.
And see, actually, in my mock draft I did for like the whole first round, I actually had Miami taking Isaiah Simmons at number 5. And I think that'd be a kind of a surprise pick, because I think a lot of people are penciling in, Tua Tagovailoa or Justin Herbert at number 5. But, I like what Isaiah Simmons brings. He's a versatile player. Brian Flores is from New England, so he's a defensive coach, loves those versatile players that can play multiple positions. I would not completely be surprised if, Miami goes, best available defensive player there, and then wait until 18 or even trade back into the middle of the first round to get one of their quarterbacks.
Well, and obviously the quarterbacks is the wild card in this, right? I mean, I think all of us can agree. Unlike a lot of other drafts, there's not that clear-cut number 2. I mean, Lawrence talked about loving Tua's game. I do too, but, I mean, do you trust him to stay healthy? I mean, with playing at Alabama, you had the best possible cast you could have asked for in front of you, around you, and he struggled to stay healthy. And I just don't know if teams within that top 10 are going to be gung-ho to take a guy that has that kind of medical. I mean, you probably do if you're a GM, just because it's a safe bet. You're not going to get fired if you take a guy like that. You gamble on a guy with his kind of talent. But, if you look at taking a guy like Simmons over Tua, I don't think that that's a bad choice at all. Because Simmons is such a versatile defensive chess piece in today's NFL. Those types of players are so valuable, so vital. I love the quote he had that if you draft me, you may only have 53 men on your roster. If you draft me, you have 56. And I think that's a great, really kind of embodiment of what a guy like him can bring, that can play multiple positions in the back end.
Oh, absolutely. I completely agree with that. You got to give me a moment, please. I'm trying to share the stream out, try to let people know that we're here. So,
yep.
Yeah, so Jake, do you see any other maybe some possible trades? We kind of discussed it with the Lions. Do you see maybe the Patriots, maybe the Saints, maybe even our Indianapolis Colts? Could you see them moving, any team really moving up earlier into the first round to possibly get one of their prospects that they love?
Maybe the Jaguars. Losing Jalen Ramsey, losing some of their defensive pieces. They always love to go after blue chip defensive guys in the draft. And they have the ammunition to move up. Is Oakland going to want to move up if a guy like Herbert falls out of the top 5? I look at some of those teams that have multiple first round picks to potentially trade up and try to be able to grab a blue chip guy in the top half.
And see, I'm thinking of Atlanta's been rumored to trade up, and I don't know what is their need really. I know it's interior defensive line. They need a corner, but I mean, there's not really a guy unless you're going after like Derek Brown or Henderson from Florida. There's not really a guy that you need to necessarily trade up for at those 2 positions that that won't be there for you at 18. Because I mean, I think Javon Kinlaw is probably going to fall to them at the 18th pick.
Or does they love Jerry Jeudy?
Yeah, that could be true too. I mean, it seems like they never have enough receivers sometimes, and that could be the possibility. And maybe they try to go all in this year. Maybe they think this is the last year they have with Matt Ryan. That's just something we don't really know.
He's in his early 30s, so.
Yeah, and that defense is not getting younger too. They've got Grady Jarrett. They've got some other guys on that defense. That's a very competitive division, and it's gonna be very interesting to see what the Falcons do if they trade up.
Oh, they might go after that corner.
Yeah, corner two. They have a lot of needs.
And they lost Desmond Trufant too in free agency. So
yep, they might go after, what was his name, Agba or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jeffrey Ogduba. Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
I can't pronounce that name.
Yeah, I barely can pronounce it too. So, but I mean, I would like to see the Lions trade back. I don't know if they're necessarily in a win now mode. Their organization probably thinks they are because Matt Patricia's been there 3 or 4 years now, and they probably might move on from him next year. So we'll have to see here.
All right. So any announcements yet?
The pick is in. Yeah, the pick is in now. So at least we got that.
That's nice.
Took them 20 minutes to announce the pick that was made yesterday. Thanks.
Jake, I just remember though, like during the middle of the season, kind of like once the Colts started losing a few games, we're like, man, if the Colts get a top 15 pick, we might have to move up a little bit, but man, we could possibly get this Joe Burrow guy. And then it's just like, I remember talking about that during the middle of the year, and then it was just like, he just absolutely went off on us.
And then Joe Burrow beat Tua, and then went on from there, and it was over.
And then I remember Jake and me have talked about the draft really since probably November. But I remember when we talked about Justin Jefferson possibly being there at 34, and then he goes off for 5 touchdowns in the conference in the semifinal game, and it's just like, well, he's probably not going to be the first. Oh, so the pick is finally in.
And they grabbed Chase Young.
Oh my gosh, shock. Shock. Joe Burrow, quarterback, LSU.
Quarterback.
Surprise.
Wow. Oh my goodness. All right. So
I'll ask you guys this because now it's official. Do you see the Bengals possibly trading Andy Dalton? Maybe the New England Patriots? Maybe I don't know, another team possibly. Maybe Oakland by a chance. Could you see the Bengals moving on from Andy Dalton or keeping him as a backup?
I think. Well, let's see how much his cap hit is.
It's probably not a whole lot.
Was going to ask one of you guys to tap into that real quick to see what, because New England's not trading for a guy that has a huge salary cap hit.
Well, we're gonna. Well, as soon as it loads up, I'll let you know. All right, so we're looking at one single year. No debt. Okay, so there's no dead cap on it, and he's only $17.5 million this year. Okay. That is a very possible trade, actually.
Yeah, so New England probably could give up probably a 4th round pick. I'm not great with draft day trades, but you can give up a 4th rounder. They've got 3 or 4 4th round picks this year. Give up one of the 4th round picks, get Andy Dalton in there. Maybe he mans the team to a 10-6 year. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, let's see here. He's going into a 7th year in the NFL.
He's only about 20 or 29, I want to say.
Yeah. So, no dead cap. They could trade him out. $17.5 million. But would they see him better than Stidham? That's
the one thing I'm wondering about the Patriots. Are they going to, roll with Brian Hoyer, who's been there has been there in their system 3 times? Or are you going to go with the 4th round pick and Jarrett Stidham from last year? That's kind of my questioning. And I think with the Patriots, I've actually got him going with AJ Espinoza in my mock draft, and I think that's a safe pick. I mean, I just don't see him going with the quarterback, especially in the 1st round.
All right, so Pablo Juan says Bengals got Burrow. Yes, he did. Trevor Lawrence might go number 1. I'm pretty sure he probably will unless something crazy happens next year, like what happened with Tua.
Justin Fields is coming, guys.
Yeah.
It's Ian Book. Isn't Ian Book?
Ian Book. My guy in South Bend is going to ball out next year.
Oh.
But
no reaction to that from anybody. All right, that's cool.
Well, I'm not from South Bend.
He asked our buddy Carter on our pod what he thought about Ian Book. He said not much good, and I was kind of upset about that.
Ooh. No, actually, I think Well, it's kind of awesome. We got a few people in the live chat on YouTube now, which is nice. That usually takes a while for it to kick up because I don't have a lot of people who actually. Since my YouTube channel is new, I don't have a whole lot.
What are the YouTube commenters saying?
That's what I just got done saying to you guys about Trevor Lawrence might be going number 1 and what does next year's quarterback pool look like.
Yeah, really, it's Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, probably 1A, 1B. And then, I mean, I haven't looked at the quarterbacks yet. I probably will start tomorrow I'm going to probably start in the next week or so if we don't, draft a quarterback. But I guess I'll have to look. I will eventually look at the quarterbacks, but I'll really be looking at them here in the next, day or so if the Colts don't take one.
I mean, honestly, this is the truth of the matter is, and a lot of people don't like this idea, but with Rivers and Brissett there, they've got a chunk of money right now in the quarterback room. I don't think they're going to trade Rivers or Brissett at all. I think they're going to keep him as a backup, see what he looks like later on. And with that being said, I would not be surprised if they do not pick a quarterback in this draft.
That's how I've gotten to be the last couple of weeks or so. Because, I mean, you save, I think like $12 million in dead cap if you cut them before June 1st. And so, yeah, if you draft a quarterback now, you cut Brissett now. You cut Brissett or you try to find a trade offer, and you're not probably going to get much for him in trade value. But, you get rid of him. And it wouldn't be great to either have 3 active quarterbacks on the roster or have a rookie quarterback, sit on the practice squad because the team could easily snatch him up. So I think it's kind of a murky situation. That's kind of why I don't think the Colts are taking a quarterback here probably this year, sadly.
I think, all right, so Pablo Juan asked what are your guys' thoughts about Brissett. I'll tell you what, if you want to see on my channel, I have a breakdown of Jacoby Brissett's play from last year. You could go check that out anytime you want. I'll go ahead, however, and let Jake and Sam trash him because that's probably what's going to end up happening. Because
don't let Sam do it. Don't let Sam do it. We'll never announce these picks if you let Sam do it.
Well, actually, the Redskins pick is in, so Jake, I'll let you go first about Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, just really lacks a killer mentality, lacks aggression. His accuracy is pretty disappointing. The thing is the traits are actually pretty interesting for him, right? Big physical guy, cannon for an arm. We saw some of those throws he made, especially if you look at 2017. But, he was a guy that played scared to me, man. I mean, just throughout the season, he looked like a guy that was afraid to lose that job.
Especially in the second half of the year.
Yeah, well, and also, too, I mean, even if you go back, like he was hitting the throws, but there was no real aggression in his game, right? He was just afraid to lose the job, and Frank Reich really preaches not turning the ball over, being careful. And I think he took that a little bit too to heart. I think he really forgot the fact that you have to make plays to win. And it's not that he can't make them, but he has never really shown that type of alpha mentality and that ability to put the game on his shoulders and win or lose by him. And I don't think the coaches really showed that type of faith. If you look at the Texans game, they didn't throw it all. And that was really a critical game in the season. And he's just a guy that really let me down, honestly.
So I'm going to throw this out there. What do you think? You say he lacked the killer mentality. Now, he showed in the first couple weeks that he can do that, especially the Denver game, that time that he escaped the Von Miller sack for a safety, rolled out to his right and threw a bullet laser perfectly right to T.Y. Now, in the second half of the season, being that he was injured and the fact that he had almost no one he could throw to, do you think maybe his lack of trust in his targets had a lot to do with him not really wanting to take chances downfield?
Maybe for him personally, but for the coaches, it was, I think, and what the coaches saw was he was missing guys. I think that really as the season went on and teams started to disguise and get him on film and realize his weaknesses in terms of his processing and ability to identify what defenses were doing post-snap. I think that's really why the warts started to show up more and more and why you started to see a little more reserved Brissett, because he didn't have the confidence to pull the trigger. He wasn't confident in what he was seeing, what he was reading. You saw guys on the tape wide open. You guys have both posted a ton of content on him, missing open players. And I think it just really...
So the Redskins pick is in now. Sorry, Jake. I hate to you guys,
okay.
And the Redskins go Chase Young. No surprise there. So 2 chalk picks back to back.
Smart pick.
And that's a good pick, too, because they got swept last year in the trade with the Colts. They've got Jonathan Allen, Deron Payne. I think, they're really building up a nice front seven there with the roster, with the defense that they're running there.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're not hyped about the pick. We don't like the pick. Should they went to it? Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm not a fan of Haskins.
Now, see, I am a little bit. I'd like to see what he would do next year as the full-time starter because, he was getting pulled. He was coming in late, in games. I would like to see him, with a better offensive line, a fully healthy Darius Geis, a little bit better of a little bit better receiving core outside of just Terry McLaurin. I'm not completely out on Dwayne Haskins yet, but he's got a lot to prove now. But I mean, I think they're going to give him 1 more year at least, and then we'll see what happens there.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love Chase Young there with.
He's the best player. He's the best player in the draft, I think.
Yeah, talent-wise.
Yeah. And I remember going into the season, and I was talking to Jake. I'm like, and this is before pre-Andrew Luck retirement. I'm like, oh man, if we could somehow just trade all of our trade our first round pick and our 2 seconds and move up and get Chase Young, our defense would be complete. And my pipe dreams get squashed like every day. It seems like
A lot got squashed in August.
Yeah, it's true.
A lot changed. It's still a shock to sit here and talk about guys like Hurts and Eason when just this time last year we were hyped about guys like Paris Campbell and all those guys getting a chance to work with Andrew. It's crazy what a year will do to you.
Yeah,
Yep.
But I'll go back to Jacoby Brissett because I didn't really get to talk about him. But I think a lot of it had to do with the injuries. But if you look in the Tampa Bay game, he had a few deep shots to Marcus Johnson. One early in the game, I think one right before half. I just think his injury, receiver injury, that didn't help. I don't think he was necessarily hurt injured by his leg. I think it was more of just the trust factor, that he didn't have in himself really late in the season. And you can go back. I think NFL Game Pass is still free for people to watch, but you can go back and watch, just go watch the last quarter of the season, the last 4 games. There's a good amount of receivers that are wide open. And Jacoby, either it's not in the progression or he just doesn't see him. And I think that's kind of the big problem of why the Colts offense really sputtered in the second half. And, Jake talked about it, coaching staff not trusting him. I was pounding the table about it all season. You look at it in the second half of the year. You look at, I'm trying to think, going down the Oakland game. He throws an interception down 7 late in the fourth quarter. You look at the Tennessee game, down 7 in the fourth quarter, throws an interception there. He actually threw 2 interceptions in the second half in that Tennessee game. You look at that Tampa Bay game, driving them down the length of the field, trying to get a touchdown to win the game. Doesn't convert on 4th down at midfield. Houston game, same thing. Don't convert on 4th down. And you just keep continuously look, over and over again in these clutch situations that, define a good quarterback from a great quarterback. And he just didn't succeed in those moments. And when you think about it, the only game that we put the ball in his hands late to win us a game was that Denver game, but that was because we needed to.
And one thing that I carry an issue with people that talk about the trust, and I think that is a factor in it, but he's been in the system for 2 years. I mean, he sat behind Andrew last year, got to learn Frank Reich's system. There's rhythm throws that he missed. There's throws where, you drop back, you throw it, you hit a certain spot.
He was basically the de facto starter through training camp.
And you can tell on film at times when the receiver misses, a certain spot to be. If Brissett expects him to run an 11-yard curl and he runs it, 8 yards and he overthrows him and it's a pick. That's not on him. That's not really what we saw. We saw a lot of rhythm misses. We saw just a lot of missed reads. I mean, that's why I take exception to people that talk about it maybe being the trust, because you've been in the system for 2 years. And Frank Reich as a schematic play caller does as well as just about anyone in the league to get guys open quickly. I mean, Luck and with the year under Reich got rid of the ball quicker than he had ever had before. And that was a product of Reich knowing how to get the ball out of his quarterback's hands. And Brissett held it longer than just about anyone.
We got the Lions pick in now. I think this will be interesting. It's probably going to.
Oh, it's not a trade?
No, they take Jeff Okudah, the cornerback out of Ohio State. So
wow.
There you
Yeah,
go.
I was a little bit surprised on. I don't know if it's me or you guys, but I feel like this draft is going by a little faster now. I don't know why these first three picks have gone pretty fast compared, and I don't
I
know if
think
it's just. I don't know if it's just I'm on a stream or whatnot. Usually when I'm just watching, it feels like it goes on forever, but it feels like this draft is actually going by pretty fast so far.
excuse me. Well, some teams might be afraid to actually make trades because of everything's over the internet now. So, but who knows?
And that could be it. And when people are talking about teams trading for future picks, and I'm just like I don't know about that. I just don't see a whole lot of trades happening this year. I think someone had it out where like it had the amount of trades made in the first round of each year, and it was around 6 to 8 every year. I think it's probably going to be down to maybe 3 this year. I just don't see how there's going to be a whole lot of trades made in this draft.
And does this say anything about Tua and Herbert? I mean, you may have in another draft seen a team trade up to 3. I mean, is it just a situation where teams don't want to divulge information with the internet or have the time, or is it just they don't feel like those guys are worth trading up for?
Well, it's possible. I mean, a lot of these guys are going to be. See, that's a question. Will Tua fall? Will Tua fall past Miami? That's a question.
Yeah, Herbert's going to go just based off the physical intangibles, but there's a guy that should fall. It's him.
Yeah, I've got Tua going number 6 to the Chargers, so it's not really necessarily falling in the draft. But I mean, that's not where he's supposed to go in the draft. He's supposed to go number 5. But we've got the Giants here at number 4. They can go couple different ways. They can go offensive tackle. Isaiah Simmons is on the board. Where do you guys think he's going to go?
I think they need to get Daniels and more offensive line.
Yeah, this is an offense that definitely needs a tackle for Daniel Jones.
And this is kind of really after Miami and the Chargers, we're going to really see probably a run on offensive tackles. And I think hopefully the Giants start it here. I would really like to see them get Tristan Wirfs. And I think everyone's debating on the offensive tackles, and I don't see a whole lot of difference between any of them really. I think they should take Tristan Wirfs here to play alongside Nate Solder on that offensive line.
In every 32 rider live mock draft that I ran, where it's not AI, it's actual riders making picks for their teams. In every one of them, all 6 that I've done this year, there have been 7 or more offensive linemen picked in the first round.
And that's not really a surprise. The interior offensive line depth is not great in this draft, but there's, a ton of offensive tackles that could be taken in this first round. And I mean, there's a good amount that could be taken in the early second round. So, I mean, I would not be surprised if there's 7 in the first, 40-some picks.
Yeah, that's what we're hearing. The offensive tackle class is deep. It's talented. And the Giants would probably be behooved to take one here if they can't get a trade back partner. And like I said, there's 3 or 4 high quality ones in the top half of the draft. I mean, it would be nice if they could find a trade back partner, but if not, you got to take a tackle here.
Yeah, the pick is not in yet, so I mean they could go Derek Brown. We know that Dave Gettleman loves taking defensive linemen. They could go Derek Brown. They could go Isaiah Simmons. Jedrick Wills, Alabama. We don't know this. I mean, I think this is, like I said, this is where the draft starts because we don't really know, what the Giants are going to do. Or are they going to trade? It'll be very interesting to see what's going on here. They've got 4 minutes left on the clock for their pick.
Real quick, anyone watching on Sportscaster or YouTube, feel free, type in questions or comments in the chat. We will get to them as soon as we have moments and times to do so. And while you're there, don't forget, give me a follow and hit that like button. That way this gets spread out a little bit more and more people will be able to see it due to the stupid analytics from YouTube.
So I'll ask you guys this because I've got my questions loaded up here. Let's see here. We've had the San Francisco 49ers discussed in some trades. They don't really have I think they have 2 first rounders, and then I think they don't have a pick to the 4th or 5th round.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys see them trading 13 or 31? We've heard the Colts, want to move up into the first round. Could you guys see them trading either one of those picks?
I don't see the Colts going into the late 30s because I don't see anyone there that would would be there for them that they would want, that would be important to them at 34 as well. Even if Love drops to say 26, I think he rides all the way to 34 if he makes it that far.
Yeah, it's really the Patriots and the Saints right there at what 23, 24 or 22, 23. Yeah. That's kind of the range. I think that's where we're going to pay close attention to see if the Colts, either trade up or see if Jordan Love, even Denzel Mims, a guy me and Jake are big on. That's a guy that could be taken right there. Yeah, huge, that's a guy we're all big on, really. I mean, if Jordan Love and Denzel Mims get taken back to back with those two picks, I think we might end up getting shot in the heart because we're really big on those two guys.
Now, I know that a lot of people are split on T. Higgins, but I'll tell you what, I like T. Higgins just because of his size and the ability that he can just go up on a 50-50 aggressive catch and come down with the football. It's something that the Colts have not had in a long time. Now, is he really fast and athletic? No. But here's a little information for you. Someone that he beat on every one of the athletic numbers in the combine, D-Hop. He beat D-Hop on the 40, the 3-cone, everything. And so they're kind of similar style players. It's just depending upon how good Higgins can end up being in route running, how well he can catch up with the route running situation. But I think his 50-50 ball catch is probably better than any other receiver in this draft.
You go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, I'm kind of torn on Higgins. I like him. I like him more than some people. I do get concerned with, you play at Clemson with a top flight quarterback, and separation was a concern there, right? And that's not going to get any easier at the NFL level. Clemson's turned out some guys though. Sammy Watkins, DeAndre Hopkins. They've turned out their fair share of quality receivers, and so they have a good track record. I really like Higgins' ability to go up and get it. My only issue is, where are Pittman and Claypool at? In this, because they have similar size and ability that he does. And you can argue that those guys have better athletic traits. I think Pittman's obviously a more polished receiver than Claypool, and I think he's a safer pick than Higgins. I just think that, his profile fits more what the Colts look at. And I think he's a guy that I think that just with this team and the struggles they've had drafting receivers since they took T.Y. Hilton, I think you need a safe pick, right? And I think Michael Pittman might be the layup pick of this draft for us in terms of receivers. Higgins, I like him. I just don't know if I'd be willing to invest at the 34th, or I don't think he makes it to 44. I just don't know if I'd be willing to invest 34 in him.
The Giants pick is in, but I'll go real fast.
Okay.
I like Higgins and Pittman, but if we're on the clock at 34 and are not taking a quarterback, I would much rather take Pittman just because of the sole fact that he plays special teams and he loves to play special teams. I think that's kind of going to be the difference between him and Higgins. I think, if I'm correct, Jake, that Pittman had a better catch percentage or whatever in college. It was a little bit better than T. Higgins.
It was the best in college. He had a drop rate of 2.9%.
Yeah,
you want a guy that's sure-handed. Like I said, it's a layup. He may not be maybe Higgins has a higher ceiling, but Pittman is the layup guy for me. He's going to catch all of his passes. A captain, like you said, special teams player. He has that same type of go up and catch it ability. I'm a big Chase Claypool guy just because you talk about with Hopkins and Higgins' athletic profile. Claypool killed the combine. So his upside, he's much more raw than those two guys. But if you want a guy that can go up and get it with huge upside, I think Claypool really fits that. But I prefer those two over Higgins, to be honest.
Honestly, I don't think Pittman and Claypool will be picked in the second round. I think they'll be picked in the third.
If Pittman falls to the third, I would be stunned. But that would be nice.
If we're in the 60s in the third round and Pittman's still available, I think you have to trade up for him. Honestly, because
you'll see a Akari Willis type move.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see either one of them.
Wow. Roger Goodell is making the pick.
I like them. I just don't think that either one of them will be picked any higher than late second.
Wow. Andrew Thomas, offensive tackle, Georgia, goes to the New York Giants. So they go offensive tackle. I really didn't think it would be Andrew Thomas, but that's who they take.
Well, we kind of went off track. I was going to talk about him, though, because this was a guy everyone was saying to watch out for. right? I mean, Georgia had the best offensive line in college, and it was led by Andrew Thomas. He was really the guy that people were saying, watch out for this guy. Teams love this guy. He's a guy that maybe isn't getting the mock draft love, but teams really, really like this guy to be a potential top 5 pick.
And he played percussionist in his high school band, so I guess that's something. Maybe that swung the Giants. They just showed that on his draft profile here on ESPN.
Well, what's his run blocking ability? Because you got to remember who the Giants have that they need to run block for.
Yeah,
probably the best running back in the NFL. Yeah.
Yeah. So they might be leaning towards Michael Thomas a little bit more, just due to the run blocking ability.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at Andrew Thomas here. He played at Georgia, so that's I think offensive line and running back like they produce all the best offensive linemen and running backs, and just the fact that he's going from a run first offense in Georgia to a run first offense with the Giants. I really like this pick. I like Tristan Wirfs a little bit more, but I can't fault him for going Andrew Thomas here at number 4.
I'll tell you what, if the Colts are on the board at 75. I think my dream pick at 75, if he happens to be there, would be, and I might get a little bit of backlash on this, but I think Netane Moody is probably the second best guard in this league in the entire draft, but because of his injury history due to his Achilles tendon, that he'll fall a lot, but I watched his road grading ability in the run game is almost as impressive as Quentin Nelson's was. It was nasty.
Yep.
Had he not gotten injured, he'd be a top 15 pick in this draft.
Yeah, he'd definitely be a first-round pick. Will he fall to 75? I don't know. I know Achilles injuries are terrifying, especially for a guy that big. Probably take him off some teams' boards over that. But, I mean, the question is, with the medicals, are you willing? I mean, he's not going to be a starter probably week 1. You have Glowinski over there to sit there and hold the fort down maybe while a guy like that gets healthy. But, Trey Adams is a guy that falls into that too, just a dominant athlete that, has kind of been slowed down by injuries that's going to fall. I mean, the question is, you look at the guys Ballard has signed in the offseason, incredibly clean of health bills for all those guys. And the question is, is that going to translate to the draft? Or, do you kind of do that so you can take chances on guys with higher ceilings, but maybe more injury prone in the draft? I mean, that's going to be an interesting look as we move into the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th round. I mean, because there's some guys that will fall because of that, and he's one of them.
I think he's just going to be a little bit safe anyhow, just for the general fact of how bad the injury situation last year for the Colts was. I mean, you could look at it and quality name at least 3 games that we lost because of just the fact that we didn't have any wide receivers. When our number 1 wide receiver was Zach Pascal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not ideal.
I don't want to hear any Zach Pascal slander on this stream.
It's not a slander. He did good. He did good. He stepped up and did a great job. But when the 3 guys ahead of you aren't playing because they're injured, that says a lot. That says a lot.
You want to measure wide receiver 3 or 4, not your wide receiver 1.
Exactly.
Yeah, of course. We got any questions from the YouTubers or the sportscasters?
Not yet. I haven't seen any popped up. Last one was about Claypool, and believe it or not, Claypool was asked by about the same time on both sides. So that was pretty impressive.
Did anyone just see Tua on the screen, looking at the screen like he was a deer in the headlights? Did they not?
Yeah, he was like, oh gosh.
He was very intently looking. I wonder if he get that call.
Well, sometimes the pick is made, but on ESPN I'll say like 3 minutes left or whatever, and then I don't know if they call the prospect and say, hey, you're not being drafted, but I mean maybe he's finding out that he's not getting drafted here because this agent is probably plugged in right now. So
that look was just weird. Maybe it was just he's just
the pick is
excited, but
yeah, the pick is in now, so we'll see what happens. This will be very interesting. Maybe they take Justin Herbert here. I mean,
that'd be a huge mistake.
Yeah, I mean that would be the safer pick right now. I mean,
no, even with Tua's injury history, I don't think Herbert's even close to the plane that Tua's in. I would take the risk on Tua any day of the week.
And I mean, I've been beating at the drum. Like, they could go offensive tackle here, and they've got 18 and 26. They can move back up. They can stay at 18 and take a quarterback there. Because I mean, once we get past the Chargers here at 6, I mean, there's no teams that need a quarterback unless the team trades up.
Oh yeah, what if they do that and then expect like the Chargers to grab somebody, but that would leave them being able to pick, say, Love or Herbert, at 16.
Well, I thought ESPN reports were coming out that they're going to pass on a quarterback at 5 and then go get Jordan Love at 18. And I think that'd be very interesting.
That's actually not a bad call. I mean, it's taking more of a chance.
Yeah, because you don't know if he's for sure going to be there.
Yeah, and I don't know if I really like Jordan Love at 18.
That was the whole thing with me. I love the upside with this coaching staff. I would have supreme confidence that he could hit that ceiling. But it's just when we had pick 13, it's like, man, that's a huge gamble. You have a top 15 pick. You have to hit on these guys. It is paramount that you hit on these guys. And that's why I think they traded out, not because they don't like Jordan Love or they don't think he has a lot of talent or they're not in on him as a player, but you have to weigh the risk versus reward with every pick. Quarterback's no different. I mean, people say, well, if you think he's the guy, well, that's the problem with Jordan Love is even the most talented evaluators right now can't tell you what he's going to be because you had two completely polar opposite performances and seasons. And I just don't think any team in the top 15, 20 should feel confident taking him. And that's why I think the Colts made that move.
So we got Goodell on the podium now, making the pick.
I've seen Love.
They go Tua. They went with Tua.
Yeah, go figure.
And Goodell said his name wrong, so he
Tonga
said Tua Tagovailoa.
I don't know which one's more of a shock to me.
Tagovailoa.
Yeah.
Or Tua for short.
There'll be Tua.
I mean, with them taking him at 5 right now, maybe they let him see here. They still got Ryan Fitzpatrick. I mean, Josh Rosen's not, a great NFL quarterback, but I mean, maybe you let Tua sit a year and let him, heal up completely, and then maybe, you just let him take over in 2021.
Oh, Fitzpatrick is fine to sit behind, in my opinion. I mean, Fitzpatrick has shown the ability to be that aggressive player when he needs to be, and he's more mobile than what you think he is. I mean, I don't know how many games you watched of Fitzpatrick, but he can get up and move for a guy his age and his size. So, I don't have a problem. I think Tua sitting behind him would be a very smart idea.
Yeah, I think it's all about building up their offensive line now at this point. You got your quarterback. Yeah, you're going to need some playmakers, but you're going to need to go. You're going to need to go with an offensive lineman here soon in these next couple picks.
I think they need to grab themselves another running back, but they can do that in the second.
I actually had them going. I want to say that I had them going J.K. Dobbins in the second round with one of their 2 picks.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason in my mock, I had running backs. Like, I didn't have a running back taken until like pick 40, I think, with Tampa Bay.
I've seen them picked at 31 starting, and I've seen them picked all the way back into the 40s, like you said.
Well, you don't even really. I'm not a big believer in taking a running back really until pick 20. Really, I don't care how big of a need it is, unless it's like a guy like LaDainian Tomlinson coming out. Like, I just don't, because the running backs flame out in about 3 or 4 years anyway. So I wouldn't necessarily take a running back, especially if I'm in the first round needing one.
Even with guys like that, I mean, Saquon Barkley is one of the best running prospects in the last 10 years. And the Giants have won a total of 6 games in the 2 years he was drafted. And he's gotten a ton of workload, already missed games due to injury. I mean, it's fine if you luck out into a top 5 pick or trade into one if your offense is built already. But building around a running back in today's NFL is just not the ideal way to go, because now you're 2 years into what you hope to be as an 8-year window, 9-year window with this guy playing as a top tier starter, and you've already wasted 2 of those with 3 wins, and now you're they just took an offensive tackle, which they could have done at that point. And it's just a backwards kind of mentality to me, especially with the way the game's played today.
And you really look at the 2017 running back class. You had plenty of talented running backs in the first round, but you look at, the guys in the 4th round, like Marlon Mack, James Conner, and some other guys. You can get good value in the 3rd to 4th rounds.
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely.
and get him in the 5th round. We got Jordan Wilkins, and he's a hell of a running back.
And we've got Naheem Hines in the 4th round. That's our starting punt returner now.
That's Lawrence's guy. Did a great breakdown of him recently.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't see any of these running backs in the first place. None of these running backs are first round material anyhow. I mean, you don't have guys on here that are Adrian Peterson or Saquon Barkley like. So I don't see anyone that would be worthy of a first round pick, but I could see 3 or 4 of them going in the second easy.
It doesn't help that there's 5 or 6 wide receivers that look like world beaters in this draft either in the first round. I mean, you're taking the 7th or 8th best wide receiver over the top running back in this draft, I believe. I mean, it's just so receiver heavy that I just don't see anybody willing to swing on the running backs when you have these types of wide receivers. If you need a playmaker on offense, I mean, the wide receivers just trump the running backs in this. It's not even close.
Oh, yeah.
So are you thinking Justin Herbert here at number 6 for the Chargers?
They've all been chalk picks. I mean, why not? I mean, I think this could be a team that shocks everybody and takes a tackle. Sam, you've been on kind of they really like Tyrod Taylor. We'll see if they really do. I mean, because I mean, for me personally, and again, I'm just a guy sitting on my couch, but I just wasn't really enamored with what I saw with Herbert. I just feel like that this is a guy that, you draft in the top 10, you're number one going to have a lot of pressure to start him early, unless the Chargers just have supreme patience. And he's just not a guy that I think is ready for that stage yet. I just, really struggled with seeing the evolution in his game from his junior to senior year. As a 3-year starter, 4-year starter, you expect him to be a lot more polished than he is. And instead you're looking at kind of raw traits, a lot like with guys like Hurts and Eason and Love. I mean, he's in that type of category to me. I think he's just kind of pegged as the top 3 quarterback because of his physical skill sets, but it hasn't translated, to the field, I think, the way that it should be expected that it has yet. So if they took an offensive tackle here, I wouldn't be surprised, but they've all been chalk picks so far.
Well, the pick is in now, so we'll see here in just a minute. But like Jake, you kept talking about it to me. I mean, Justin Herbert was probably going to be a top 3 pick last year in the draft if he would have came out, and then he, stays the extra year, tries to prove his draft stock even more. And, now, I mean, if he doesn't get taken by the Chargers here, he could fall out of the top 10. And ironically enough, they're showing quarterbacks that have fallen in the draft like Brady Quinn and Aaron Rodgers. So maybe ESPN's hinting at something here that Justin Herbert's going to be falling here.
Maybe.
You had to bring up Brady Quinn, didn't you, Sam?
We had a comment.
Brady Quinn was just up on the screen, okay? I'm sorry.
That's all right.
We have a comment on YouTube that I'll bring it up after we talk about this pick as it drops.
Yeah, so they're showing the quarterbacks that have kind of fallen in the mid-rounds here. So I don't know if they're hinting at Justin Herbert falling here. I'm not too enamored by Justin Herbert either.
No, I
just think, honestly, his sophomore year he was pretty good. His junior year, I think he kind of peaked. And then his senior year, I just didn't see a whole lot of improvement, especially like if a guy is going to stay pass up the NFL as a top 5 guaranteed pick, if you're going to stay in college, you better show substantial improvement. And he didn't really show that for me in his senior year.
Yeah, their system didn't do him much help either. They really hindered him. But I've seen some guys recently that I really respect their breakdowns and analysis, and just kind of the thought process of this coaching staff felt the need to protect him a little bit. Kind of scares me. And again, I just you watch him week after week, and outside of the Colorado game, I just really didn't see much. It felt like this guy was in a different tier of guys like Jordan Love or Hurts or Eason or some of those other guys. I mean, I just think he's a back end first round pick. I think teams are going to kind of force him into that top 10 because he's big, strong arm, and can move. But we see that with Josh Allen. And
so Goodell's now up to discuss the pick. I feel terrible for interrupting you guys.
Hey, it's got to be done, Sam.
Yep.
They go Justin Herbert, quarterback Oregon.
Wow.
So basically, I've been all chalk picks so far in this NFL draft. It's probably going to be like that all night, if we're going to be honest.
Yeah, you haven't had a chance to really scout players on the road. I mean, we talked about it. A lot of teams are just going to take the safe picks or guys that they've kind of had pegged after the college season because you weren't able to go see their pro days, a lot of them. You weren't able to have those face-to-face times. That extended interaction with these guys wasn't available, and that could play a big factor in guys like Herbert, who was a 4-year starter. You have 4 years of tape on him. You maybe feel safe about him. So, it's not a surprise, but, the guy that all Colts fans have their eyes on in this draft, Jordan Love, he's now officially on the clock because he's the fourth best guy, and now he's the only one left.
And watch
See who
New
takes him.
England snags him.
So Carolina's up here at number 7, and they've got a few options. Luke Kuechly just retired. Maybe they go Isaiah Simmons.
Yep.
I don't know if you can't tell, but I really love Isaiah Simmons. So, I mean,
Really?
if the Colts trade up for him, man, I would freaking love that. I don't care if he's if he takes Anthony Walker's spot. But
All
I
right,
mean,
so sorry.
I'm just Carolina. I mean, they can go a couple different ways here. They can go offensive tackle. They can go with Isaiah Simmons, or they can go chalk with Derek Brown here.
So yeah, Shrayless said that they're taking Simmons. He thinks they're taking Simmons. Shrayless from YouTube says number 75 for the Colts be Jake Fromm. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
Oh, how about what's his name again?
Shrayless.
Shrayless, thank you for the question very much. I would say go listen to our Circle City Sports podcast because we've given our thoughts on Jake Fromm, but I know a lot of people that follow Lawrence don't follow us, so Jake, I'll let you take the floor on this one.
Yeah, average. I mean, if we had Andrew Luck and they wanted to draft him in the 4th round to kind of be his backup, I would be fine with it. But you got to have traits to win, man. And when the first thing people bring up is your intelligence, that's probably not what you want to hear as a quarterback. Great trait to have. Don't get me wrong. You got to be smart in this league, but that's really all you hear about. I mean, arm strength, average. Mobility, maybe average. He played behind the best offensive line in Georgia. Didn't have to show much escapability chops, so we don't even really know what that is. I think he ran a slower 40 time than Jacob Eason, which Jacob Eason is, everyone says is a statue. I think Fromm was slower than him. So his 40 time, his measurables weren't good at the combine. You saw when his supporting cast kind of came back down to earth, so did he. The worse and worse that offense got, so did he. I know that, that coaching staff at Georgia is kind of panned. I have a lot of family down there that follow them closely, so I know that coaching staff is not very popular. But still, I mean, average size, average arm, average. I mean,
average arm. You're being nice.
I don't want to blast the guy, but I mean, average arm. I mean, and I will say one thing about him is I say average arm because I do like some of his touch throws downfield. I think he has good back shoulder throws. I think he can put air under the ball. But if you ask him, to make a 20-yard seam throw, look out. If you ask him to make a 15-yard out route, look out because that thing's dying about 12 or 13 yards out of his hand, and that's just not a recipe to succeed. I mean, I think that this is a guy that really fell from grace this past year, and good guy, good kid. I would love to have him as a backup, love to have him in my locker room, but no way as a starter.
If I'm drafting him as a starter, I'm signing up for 9-7 or 10-6 basically every year. He is basically the equivalent of Alex Smith, only Alex Smith probably had a better arm than Jake Fromm. I'm not big on Jake Fromm. He's probably a great leader. He's probably the great prototypical quarterback that you want maybe 10 years ago, but he's not the guy that you want now. And like Jake said, he's lack of arm strength. Especially in the AFC, you're going to be playing in cold weather like Pittsburgh, Baltimore, New England. You're going to be playing, all these types of cold weather games where, Jake Fromm with the lack of arm strength, he's not going to be able to throw the ball downfield as far. So,
and he has the Whopper guy hands. He looks like the guy from the Burger King commercial that tries to hold the Whopper.
Yeah,
that's not ideal if you're going to be a cold weather team to take Jake Fromm. And again, you don't want to pan the guy. I mean, he could shock everybody, but generally guys that surprise people make it have elite traits. Russell Wilson, 3rd round pick, had elite traits. Just guys, Dak Prescott, was great escapability, had good arm strength. Jake Fromm just doesn't have any of that. I mean, when you boil it down to the brutal honesty is, he's getting really hyped up because of his mental capacity, because of the fact he's a great leader in the locker room. A lot of people are impressed that he was able to kind of run Fields out of town, run Easton out of town, and keep that starting job at a premier school. But, at the end of the day, you've got to have traits to win. And you just don't see it when you watch him.
Yeah, I'm just at 75. I wouldn't hate it, but I'm just not a big fan of Jake Fromm as a whole.
Because we need to draft a guy with starter potential, even if they end up being.
Well, even if I would much rather take James Morgan or Anthony Gordon,
higher upside.
At 120 than I would at 7. I would take Jake Fromm.
That's why I would hate it.
Because Jake Fromm is that prototypical lowest or highest floor, lowest ceiling. Like you basically know what you're getting with him. He's probably a 10-6 type quarterback, a guy that's going to get you to the playoffs every year, and a guy that's probably going to be out in the first round like an Alex Smith type quarterback.
And I'm going to repeat what I said earlier in this stream. Don't be surprised if Ballard doesn't pick a quarterback at all in this draft. It's
you can't be surprised.
possible.
You can't be surprised with anything he does. I would. The only reason I say that I kind of expect is just because Ballard's a real forward-thinking guy. He's not a guy that really leaves things a chance. And the reality is, would you love Phillip Rivers back after next year after a good season? Yes. Would you? Could you sign Jacoby Brissett? Yes. But you don't have a quarterback under contract after this year.
And, I know who I would love. Jordan Love.
Yeah.
That you guys didn't catch the pun.
I got it. I wasn't going to spoil your moment.
But that's the thing. I don't see the Colts trading up to get him though.
Who says he's not there at 34?
That's what I'm saying. If he's there at 34, maybe. But we also got to remember Ballard might not even like Love.
Maybe.
I mean,
we've heard a lot of links to him since Luck retired. So I would be surprised if that was the case. But
they talked. I know that. But then again, he also does a lot of due diligence. So you never know. It could have been smoke.
Yep. And even since he's taken over in 2017, he said he's scouted quarterbacks. So I mean, this is nothing new to him to where he's just randomly scouting quarterbacks. So it says Carolina's pick is in, but they're not going to Goodell right now. So should be hopefully here just in a minute or so.
Man, to go from Kuechly to Simmons, that would be a great transition. That's like going from Manning to Luck at the quarterback position. You go from Kuechly to Simmons at the linebacker position. Man, that's great for them.
Yeah, but we got to see if they actually pick him.
Matt Rule, I mean, talk for a second about Matt Rule, because didn't people pan Ballard for interviewing this guy when he interviewed Reich, and now he's running the Carolina Panthers? If that doesn't show how plugged in and connected Frank Reich or Chris Ballard is in this league.
So Goodell's up. They go Derek Brown.
Wow.
Defensive tackle at Auburn. They're building their front. They're building their 4-3 defense up front like what we did with 13. Which I don't see anything wrong with that pick.
No.
Because Derek Brown's arguably the best. He's probably the second best defensive player in this draft.
Yep.
Best interior defensive player overall, at least.
Easily great defensive lineman. So, yeah, I can't really complain about that pick. It's a little bit of a surprise, but
if the Colts are sitting there at 44 or 74, I would not hate if they took his teammate Marlon Davidson. I would not hate that at all.
Yeah.
I love Davidson.
Yep. Yeah.
I think he'd be good for nose tackle backup. They actually fight for that spot. So
yeah, me and Jake are big on Grover Stewart this year. So I think that's probably still going to be an open competition to who's going to play next to DeForest Buckner. But I think Grover Stewart has pretty good. He's probably got a good grasp on it right now.
So I got a pretty good solid feeling that nose tackle is the only one that might be up for grabs, because I'm sure the 3 tech will be taken. That's guaranteed by Buckner.
That's Sharpie then.
Yeah. And I am Vanagoo played a lot of snaps last season at that left defensive end, preparing to take over that spot. And then, of course, on the left end, you got guys between Houston and Teray flipping back and forth, depending upon whether or not they think that they're going to run it or not. So, yeah, that nose tackle position, I thought Grover Stewart did a really good job, but at the same time, he could still be upgraded.
Yeah, of course.
And
he's still young. He's only in his third year though, so I don't think we've fully seen. What what he can bring to our defense. He's more of a rotational piece the last 2 years, so it'll be a preseason camp battle that we'll see how it folds out. But here's the pick. Here's the pick we differed on the Arizona Cardinals. Their pick is in, so we'll see here in just a minute what they do.
I said CeeDee Lamb. Sam Sinclair said Wirf. So that is
offensive tackle, Becton, Wirfs, whoever they want to take.
Yep.
Protect Kyler Murray. Protect your guy.
I think it could go either way.
Can they take Isaiah Simmons so the Jaguars don't?
So that
Nick, I don't know
the
if I talked-
Jaguars can piss them off really
Yeah,
bad.
that's true. Yeah, it doesn't. Does it matter? They've been picking in the top 10 since I've been watching football. And
But guys, I heard Jaguars fans say that Colts or Texans are not drafting in the first round this year. So obviously the Jags are getting better. But yeah, you look at, if the Jaguars, they got Josh Allen last year. They've still got Yannick Ngakoue as of right now, at least. And then they've got,
long.
they could very much go Javon Kinlaw here. I mean, that's a good possibility there if they want to go interior defensive line. They could go with, Isaiah Simmons if he falls here because they lost Telvin Smith. They've still got Miles Jack. So, I mean, that could be a very interesting pick here at number 9. But we got to get to number 8. We got to get done with number 8 first. So we'll see here in just a minute what's going to go happen.
Yeah, this is a real wild card.
Yeah, a lot of people on Twitter are a lot of Colts fans on Twitter are a little worried if Isaiah Simmons falls to the Jaguars at number 9. Because remember, Josh Allen fell to them in last year's draft.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting kind of shades of. I think it was at number 9. Wasn't it around this pick, the number 9 pick too?
Well, they draft in the top 10 every year, so it's easy to mix up years. So
yeah, I couldn't remember.
Ever since Saxonville started getting traded away, they've been in that top 10. So, yeah, I agree. If they take Simmons, as Trayla says, he'll just want to be traded because everybody wants to get out of Jacksonville right now.
So here's the Cardinals pick. Goodell's up. They go CeeDee Lamb here. Isaiah Simmons, linebacker. Wow.
They got Isaiah Simmons.
So neither one of us are right. Wow. This is why we're just talking heads on the couch.
That's only because Simmons fell further than what we expected.
I need to go look at Arizona's roster and see what their linebacker looks like.
They were probably looking at that and going, "What?
They were sprinting to the Zoom meeting to get him.
Yeah,
pick him up.
So is CeeDee Lamb going to be in the AFC South now?
I actually mocked the Jaguars to get a receiver in the second round because I think they need one opposite DJ Chark, but I really hope it's not CeeDee Lamb.
They just let go of Marquise Lee. Was there a reason for that? They let go of him yesterday. Maybe
and then the Patriots just picked him up.
Yep.
Of course they did.
Yeah, why not?
He'll probably have like 700 yards and 6 touchdowns next year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
With Jordan Love throwing him the football.
Oh.
I'm just kind of glad Isaiah Simmons didn't fall to the Jaguars.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm so worried about the Jaguars, but
it's so weird, man. Like you see them take guys every year, and you're like, oh, like when they took Ramsey, you're like, oh man, he's gonna lock down Hilton. They take all these guys, you're like, oh, and then it's just they're gone in 2-3 years anyway because they hate it there.
It's surprising that those tackles.
they're slat. I mean, we'll see here because Cleveland's probably going to get the second best offensive tackle in the draft now.
Well, the rumblings about Trent Williams too. We'll see how true those are here in a minute because a couple hours ago people were talking about.
Yeah, that would be something. That would be something if Cleveland went with a receiver. So looking at the Cardinals defense, they run a 3-4. They've got Chandler Jones, edge player. They've got Zach Allen, Jordan Hicks, Devondre Campbell, and Devon Kennard. So yeah, they had a need there. I mean, they've got a need all over their defense, really. But really think they could have went. I mean, maybe they like Justin Murray, their right tackle, and DJ Humphries. I like DJ Humphries. So I mean, maybe they just didn't like maybe they didn't want to take an offensive tackle here. Or a receiver, really.
With these mobile quarterbacks, guys like Isaiah Simmons are ever increasing in value, and don't want to pound the drum about Chris Ballard having such great foresight as a general manager, but you look at his selection.
Colts fans, we can do it.
He drafted Darius Leonard when he wasn't in a lot of people's top 100, and why? Great athlete,
first pick of the draft,
sideline to sideline, can hunt down those mobile quarterbacks. He saw this type of movement going in the league and saw great value in Darius Leonard to be able to hunt those guys down and not allow these running quarterbacks to move. And you get Isaiah Simmons that's very much in that mold. And with the way quarterbacks are moving, guys like him are just going to keep getting pushed up the boards, a lot like guards, just because, you have teams that are, it's ever improving need for pressure up the middle with these mobile guys. You can't let them escape let them run around, and so you're going to start seeing guards in the same breath move up draft boards higher than they ever have been. Not in this draft, but
Yeah.
generally.
So the Jaguars pick is in, so we'll see what player they take, and then in 3 years he wants out. So in here in just a couple minutes.
See, offensive linemen never complain, so you want to go with a guy that might not complain. Let's go tackle here for the Jags.
I mean, I don't know. We'll see with Jacksonville. Do they believe in Gardner Minshew as their guy? Because if they do, then they'd probably.
They're a sleeper for Jordan Love. They've been a team that I know they have 20. They won't take him here. I don't think.
I think they like Minshew a lot.
They did bench him last season.
I think they go. Yeah, they could go secondary here. They could go safety or corner.
Corner, yeah.
See, I'm thinking that Henderson guy from Florida, CJ Henderson. Yeah, that's who I had them mock to. That's pretty chalk too. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's a pick.
I actually think I liked him more than I liked the guy that already went. But
yeah, Jeffrey Ogduba.
Only because I think he's got a higher ceiling but a lower floor.
Yep. They said I've heard that it's a lot closer than people give it credit for, though, between him and Okudah in terms of the number one corner in the draft.
So Phil Yates on Twitter, he had the stats of Isaiah Simmons, and on 71 pass rush attempts, can you guys guess how many sacks he got?
Simmons?
Yeah.
On how many?
71 pass rush attempts.
15.
Well, not that high.
Not that high? Hey, I mean that's not a ton.
Law, you gonna give me a guess?
71 pass. You think 50?
71 pass rush attempts.
That's more than 1 in 5 pass rush attempts for a sack. If you said 15, oh my gosh!
Hey,
that's like world record runs here, man. I'll go 9. That'd still be incredibly impressive.
7. So 1 in every 10 pass rush.
Yeah,
he's getting a sack.
That's good. That's incredibly good. Oh my goodness. What was the pass rush? The pressure percentage?
Oh, I don't know. He's got his snap totals from each position, and then he just puts on 71 pass rush attempts. He had 7 sacks, but I think that pick, yes, he fell, but that's a sole pick to spy Russell Wilson and Kyler Murray. Well, he's playing with Kyler really well.
Spy his own guy.
Yeah, he's gonna spy his own guy in practice. So I was trying to run through real fast and who's in their division. You won't be spying Jared Goff anytime soon. I know that much. So I think actually, Jake, I don't know if you're watching the broadcast or not, but I think they're actually doing a fairly good job here with this draft. At least the broadcast end of it.
Yeah, I haven't seen any hiccups. It's moving at a pretty crisp pace too.
Yeah,
I haven't. Like I said, I don't have it, so I'm relying on you guys and just reacting to it. So that's awesome.
I took the gamble, went in the living room to stream this because I wanted to see it live. So I didn't know if you were going to see commentary from the dogs, from the baby. I didn't know who all you're going to see in here, but I wanted to watch it on TV.
That's cool.
Well, I mean, I had to unplug my PS2 from the TV to plug in my cable box. I feel like I'm back in 2007 again.
This is where we're at in the quarantine. PlayStation 2.
I mean, I bought Madden 05, 06, and 07
for what?
$5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was like $5 after shipping.
Nice.
I had to get some throwbacks here. But we're talking about runs on offensive tackles here since they're falling. You look at who's coming up. Cleveland, you got the Jets, you got the Las Vegas Raiders. They could end. I think all 3 of those teams could possibly take offensive tackle here. These next 4 picks.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, Cleveland and New York definitely, especially if Cleveland doesn't have a deal for Trent Williams in place, they definitely need one.
So Goodell's actually coming up to the podium, whatever you want to call it now. He's got his Xbox Connect thing going.
Oh,
They go
there you
CJ
go.
Henderson. Another
I was
another
right.
chalk pick.
Me and Jake, yeah, we were on it.
Hey,
I
you
think a
mocked,
lot of us were on it.
you mocked him,
Mhm.
Sam? Is that what he was in your mock to them?
Yeah,
Nice.
Yep.
that's pretty chalk. We've got all the chalk picks basically. I think really the only pick so far, the only surprise pick for me at least, maybe Andrew Thomas or even Isaiah Simmons. I think only Simmons is only because he fell.
Yeah.
Because he dropped a little bit, and we still haven't seen an offensive tackle fall off the board.
You guys should see Henderson in his house right now. He's just watching. He's just looking at his phone. He already know he's upset. He's going to Jaguars. He already knows what's going to happen.
He's about to DM Jalen Ramsey right now, ask him what to do.
He's like, "Hey, bro, what you want me to do?" The Browns pick is already in. Wow, they must be. They're probably going Mekhi Becton here.
Hey,
Their
that's
pick's
a great
already
one.
in.
That's a great one. We did a lot of work on Becton when we had
Oh.
13, and I loved him. Loved the athleticism, ability to get to the second level as a tackle. Huge guy too. Huge.
6'7", what 360? Like
Mhm.
how is someone that big running a 5'2" or whatever he ran at the combine? Like
Yeah,
that's just
he was a
not.
physical freak.
Because me and my dad were watching most of the combine together all 3 days, and like we watched Mekhi Becton run, and my dad, he's not huge into sports. He's watching and he's just like, "Holy crap, man! How is he running that fast?" I'm just like, I don't even know at this point, man. These linemen are crazy. So I think Cleveland would be really stupid here to pass upon Mekhi Becton here, probably.
Or
Yeah, this
we're
draft.
still on the board too, but yeah, Becton. Becton athletically is just so good.
Both of them are just super athletic.
Mhm.
Well, didn't Wirfs play right tackle at Iowa?
Yeah.
Well, like I joked with my buddy the other day, I was like, you can't go wrong with Iowa offensive linemen or tight ends.
Yep.
You really can't. Ain't that right, Jake?
Thank you, Dallas Clark. I got my Dallas Clark sweater on right now.
Nice.
Yes. See, I'm waiting for Iowa to have another tight end prospect come out because I think the Colts should go get him. I don't care what year it is or what round, you go get him.
They had Noah Fant last year, didn't they?
Yeah, Noah Fant. They've had George Kittle, Dallas Clark. They've had plenty of tight ends.
Who was the one that went to Detroit? Why can I now? He was the
TJ Hawkinson.
Hawkinson. There you go.
He's kind of looking like a bust already.
He was in Detroit. What do you expect?
The Colts will get him on a 1-year, $10 million deal before you know it.
And he'll catch 19 touchdowns.
And hopefully stay for longer than 2 years.
Yeah, right.
And not bash the fans.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Or the front office and coaches.
Even though it's kind of warranted because people like I just going on a little rant real fast. If you poke at a bear a couple times, eventually they're gonna fight you back. And so I don't know why I don't know why our fans are poking at Ebron.
Well,
let Goodell make his pick. Let Goodell make the pick real fast. If it's not Mekhi Becton or Tristan Wirfs here, you might see me lose my stuff right here, or Jedrick Wills. There you go, Jedrick Wills. Alabama.
Trayless called it.
Nice.
Hey, Shrelis, you got any insider information? We got any trades going on? He's predicted the last 2 picks now?
He wants to know what thoughts on kicking the wheels on the O.J. Howard possible trade.
For the Colts, I'm guessing?
Oh, no, we ain't getting O.J. Howard. We just picked up the Philly special tight end.
Does he change much? I hear a lot of people say we're not in the market now, but they signed him for a 1-year vet minimum. He's coming off of a groin injury. Mm-hmm. I mean, I wonder if this is just more of a safety net type signing.
I think
you get a veteran.
We got him for a minimum because he's still getting paid $4 million from the Bears.
Yeah.
And he's also, he knows Reich very well. Reich knows him very well. So, Reich probably called the play that he threw the football, to Foles for the touchdown.
Definitely did. I see the fit. I think it's a great fit, great signing. I just wonder where, kind of this thought process of, we're out of the market for a tight end. Because you sign him for, you're signing him off your cap for the minimum, so you can easily have him as your tight end 3. and still draft a guy that gets you downfield catches, and they still need a guy that can stretch the field better than he can and than Doyle can. So I don't think we're out of the market for a tight end. I don't think they would trade for Howard, but in terms of drafting one, I still think they're still very much in the market for one.
Yeah, I would probably much rather just have Trey Burton because you're getting him on the vet minimum compared to trading probably a mid round or a late round pick for OJ Howard. Something I would not rule out. Maybe Trey Burton. Maybe his injuries pop up in training camp. Hopefully not. Maybe he underperforms. Maybe the Colts, take a tight end in the draft. Maybe he ends up getting cut at the end of training camp as a roster cut. We've got Molly Cox, we've got Jack Doyle already. Maybe they take a tight end in the draft, late rounds, and they like him more over Trey Burton. It's a vet minimum. It's not going to cost as much.
The Colts have been very productive with undrafted free agent tight ends.
Yep.
So
they haven't drafted one since 2013, I think it is.
All right. So I have a guy here that my friend, I got to take him to work real quick. Can you guys hold the fort down for about 10, 15?
We can try.
I would appreciate it very, very much, and I will be back shortly.
So we thinking Mekhi Becton or Tristan Wirfs here at number 11 for the Jets?
Becton was my guy when I looked at a lot of these tackles. So I think he went first. Over if you're talking about these crop of three, obviously, Thomas went top 5, but in terms of this grouping of 3, I really like Becton a lot.
I remember when we were doing our mocks, it looked like Thomas was going, around 14 or 15, like to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So I felt like maybe it was a little bit of a reach for the Giants, but I can't fault them for their pick. Like I said, I'm just a talking head on the couch. So
yeah, I'm literally sitting on a couch. So that's about how much my opinion carries.
I know this coronavirus is really bad, but maybe I think the draft has gone pretty fluid so far. Like you said, the picks are going pretty fast. So maybe this is the new way they're going to do the NFL draft. I don't know.
I hope not. I love the atmosphere.
Yeah, I do too. It'd be nice if Indianapolis got it once.
See, if it wasn't for the virus, I would be in Indianapolis right now. I wouldn't be sitting on a couch.
Mm-hmm.
So the virus definitely hurt my plans.
Hell, I'd be sitting on the couch still.
Oh, that's all right. There's nothing wrong with that.
And I'd be texting you. I'd be like, "Oh, that's a bad pick," or "Oh, was that a good pick?" I don't know.
Well, we've seen a lot of these picks coming in mocks, so
yeah.
You saw quotes about how wrong these mock drafts were. People saying this was the worst mock drafts they've seen in years, and we haven't seen the Daniel Jones type surprise pick yet.
Yeah, I need to go back and look at my mock and see how I did. I think I saved it to Draft Network, but I'm gonna have to go check it out. I know I've got a few picks wrong because I had Isaiah Simmons going to the Dolphins at number 5, but it'll be interesting. I think tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, but maybe Monday. I'll fire up the 2021 mock draft machine.
Oh,
let's start looking at the prospects for 2021.
You're turning into Joey Molinaro on that latest impression video he did.
I actually did not see that. My brother's not big on Twitter, but he's like, "Do you know that Joey guy on Barstool?" I'm like, "Yeah, I literally met him at Colts camp." He's like, "What? That's cool." He was like, "He's funny."
Yeah, he did a My Strange Addiction mock draft specialist. They said, what was the earliest you did a mock draft? He was like, after the first round.
That's great. But I kind of feel bad for Joey because now he's going to be known as the impression guy, so people are going to be asking him to do it all the time.
It's better than to be known for nothing.
Or swimming in a canal, allegedly.
Yeah. That's definitely better than that. Wouldn't be shocked if the Jets took a receiver here either.
I've been seeing mocks of the Jets going with receivers, so it'll be very interesting. The pick is in, so we'll see here in just a minute.
Jets also big on defense. Do they look at a guy like Kinlaw?
Well, I don't want to ruin anything, but I mean, Kinlaw was hurt during the middle of combine, so maybe people are a little worried about that. I mean, he wasn't really projected to go until 15 or so, anyways. So
yeah, I'm just looking for a little bit of a shakeup here because I think
it's getting kind of lullish. It's just like
you chalk the pick. It should be an offensive tackle, but it would be great if they took something else.
So they've got Judy. I mean, they could go Xavier McKinney,
Mhm.
opposite Jamal Adams. I don't know a whole lot about McKinney, but
Yeah, they're another team that have a lot of avenues they could go, but you got to protect Sam Darnold.
and I really think if the Jets go tackle here, and I think if they add another receiver, I could very much see them going like 7-9, maybe 8-8 in the
Mhm.
AFC East next year, and possibly playing like second.
Yeah.
But here, Michael Irvin is the receiver talking about how the Jets should go take a receiver.
I feel like they get these picks tipped because they do this a lot. They
What do you
did
mean?
they talk about a type of group before the team takes a player. They seem to have a knack for talking about that grouping before the team takes a player in that group.
They probably get it wired to them, like in their ear, to like, hey, the Jets are taking receiver here,
Yep.
or they're taking CeeDee Lamb, to be specific. But then there's sometimes those surprises. So
Yeah.
I think it's interesting. You see how they've got like the split screen between like 7 people. It's interesting how they haven't like really gone to many of those people. They've gone to Irvin. I think they've gone to Kurt Warner once. They've gone to McShay, but they haven't gone to like Daniel Jeremiah, who I really like a lot.
Yeah. There's only one screen. They should do like an on-demand feature next year where you can pick which analyst you want to listen to.
Oh, that'd be a great idea. Kind of like what they do with the national championship game.
Yeah.
Did you watch it?
Yeah. Yep.
Did you watch the Pat McAfee channel?
Oh yeah.
He was on like ESPN2 or ESPN News. That was so great. So great.
He's
the
always
greatest thing.
great.
Yeah. He's doing his own live stream. If we weren't doing this, I'd be watching it.
Oh really?
Yeah. So Goodell's making the pick now. They go Mekhi Becton, no surprise.
Yeah.
No
Chalk.
surprise here.
So,
Dang it, if that's his dad, man. Dang.
so the 90 mocks that have Jordan Love falling to 34 are looking pretty accurate right now.
Sweet. And then there's the other 90 that got Jacob Eason going to the Colts at like 44.
Ooh. Colts law is gone, so now we can talk all the Jacob Eason talk we want. There's no one to control us anymore.
Was he really big on Eason?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
We'll ask him. I've got it loaded up a question probably for tomorrow about the quarterbacks that are still available and the receivers, because I think those are probably the 2 bigger needs for the Colts.
Yeah. Man, you're right. His dad's a big boy.
Are you a couple seconds behind?
I
You probably
am.
are.
I'm on Hulu.
Okay, yeah. Damn it. Imagine being 6'7", 364.
Man,
Well, they're showing his basketball highlights. I could not imagine me trying to guard him.
you
in high
say
school.
imagine that like if you didn't put on 200 pounds, that wouldn't be you.
Yeah, if I put, saw like 200 on, like you said, I wouldn't be able to run a 5'10", though. I'd be running like more of a 10'10".
Yeah. Imagine, man, 365 pounds. That's crazy.
Imagine him and Quentin Nelson next to each other. That would just not be fair.
That would be brutal.
How does he go to Louisville, though? Like, such a physical specimen like him, you would think he would end up going to like an Alabama or a Clemson.
Man, the guy's journey some of these guys take to the league is crazy.
I love watching some. I don't know if you're watching the highlight film right now, but he's just like pushing little dudes down. It's great.
Oh yeah,
Reminded me of Quentin Nelson.
Just a mauler.
I remember when we took Quentin Nelson, and I'm sitting there. And I'm actually at work watching it, and I'm like, we're at our pick, and I'm like, Quentin Nelson. I'm like chanting it, and then we take Quentin Nelson. I'm like, hey, can I go to the restroom real fast? And I like ran to the bathroom and was celebrating.
Screamed right there.
Dude, is that his sister or his girlfriend? Dang, she is like an NBA player.
Those are going to be some crazy kids. So we have the Raiders, one of the sleeper teams to potentially steal Love.
Their pick is in too.
Yep.
And they could go defense.
I think they go receiver here.
Or they could go defense.
They could.
Xavier McKinney here. It'd be interesting.
I think they go receiver. They could go tackle because they had a really good interior, but their tackles struggled a bit.
Colton Miller, oof. Rough. That's rough watching sometimes. Man, they're showing Becton pushing like a a big old semi truck, and I'm just or a SUV. I'm just like,
Nope.
jeez, man, how are people made like this? But yeah, the Raiders pick is in, so
Pretty
maybe
quick.
yeah. And there hasn't been a receiver taken, has there?
Not that I know. I don't think so.
No, there hasn't. Because Ruggs hasn't been taken, Lamb hasn't been taken, and Judy hasn't been taken.
Wow, that's crazy. One of the deepest. Well, and again, this is why they talk about some of these receivers could get pushed back, because you have a lot of teams that talk about how deep this receiver class is, and you kind of get this collective belief of, oh, we can get a receiver later. We can get a receiver later. So you have a situation where, when you have guys like Derek Brown, guys like Isaiah Simmons on the board, you just can't pass them up because the receiving class is just too deep. But you'll get a big run on them here soon.
Yeah, because there's some needs. They just made the pick. I'm looking at McShay and Gruden. It looks like they went with the receiver, but we'll see. But I mean, you got the Raiders, the 49ers, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Well, and I think Tampa Bay could sneakily take a receiver here because I mean they've got Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, but I mean what else they got after that?
These next 3 picks will be interesting because you have the 49ers that have talked about trading that pick, and then the Bucs. Who knows what they're going to do now with Brady
and Gronkowski.
The
24/7 champion.
Yes.
I asked my brother about that. I was like, does he have to relinquish his title now? He's like, yeah, basically. It was like when Brock Lesnar had the championship for WWE and went back to the UFC and got his butt kicked.
I literally know 0 wrestlers that wrestle in this time, but it would be hilarious if they had him keep it and one of them jumped him while he scored a touchdown.
Yeah.
And he had to defend his title right there in the end zone.
So here's Goodell making a pick after he's making a spiel about something. He's got a nice setup, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, he does.
No surprise.
No surprise.
Henry Ruggs, the first receiver.
Wow.
I had him mocked as the first receiver too.
No, you know what's crazy about this pick? The Raiders also were the team that took Darius Hayward-Bay, who a lot of people have compared Henry Ruggs to.
Oh, no surprise, the Raiders take a fast receiver.
How about Ruggs over Lamb though?
Jake, let's not say the name. Let's let Law sit here for a few minutes and see if he can realize which pick they took. Don't check your phone. Don't check your phone or anything. I
don't have to look at my phone. It says right here, "Wow, Riggs first."
Oh, the YouTube commenter spoiled it, man. We were gonna see how long we could talk about this pick before you figured out who it is. But yeah,
that's well, in a way, I get it, but
yeah,
I don't like it.
The Jets took Mekhi Becton. How about you think about that? Don't love it.
Looking at who all they have there,
not much.
Well, you start from inside, work your way out. So I guess you really can't go wrong with it.
Yep.
So what you don't like about Henry Ruggs to the Las Vegas Raiders here at 12?
Well, I understand it because they're trying to keep up with the speed wide receiver situation that's going on in their own division. But at the same time, they need a true number one for Carr to throw to, and Ruggs is not a true number one.
Not in the breath of Lamb or Judy.
Nope. I get that they want their own Tyreek Hill, but you need someone to really be able to make all the catches and all the routes and be able to handle one-on-one coverage, man coverage, and break free from that. And unless right now, I don't see Ruggs being able to do that. He might develop into a player that can do that later on, but right now I don't see that.
If Lamb and Judy weren't on the board, there would be a different scenario. But I just can't imagine.
This is the first receiver taken.
Yeah, I just can't imagine watching Lamb and then watching Ruggs and thinking that Ruggs would be a better pick. But speak like Law said, speed kills, and they were enamored with it before when they took Darius Hayward-Bay, and it looks like they were baited into it again.
Huh. Who did the Jags get?
They took Henderson, the corner from Florida.
Okay, and then after that,
Number 10, that'd be what, number 10 overall? Cleveland took they took Jedrick Wills from Alabama.
Wills. Okay.
Yep.
And then the Jets took Mekhi Becton from Louisville.
Okay.
So I've got my mock draft pulled up here. I got the first 3 picks right. I had the Giants taking.
Everybody got the first 3 picks right.
Let me pump my chest. I had the Giants taking Isaiah Simmons, so that's not right. I did have the Dolphins taking Tua and Justin Herbert. This is the only mock I have saved, I guess, so we'll count this one. So I had Tua and Justin Herbert right. Derek Brown going to the Panthers. I had the Cardinals taking Mekhi Becton, which didn't happen. I had the Jags taking Javon Kinlaw, which thankfully didn't happen. And then the Browns, did they take Wirfs or Willis? They took Willis, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And then so I had the Browns taking the Wirfs in mine, and then the Jets taking Wills. Oh, I had the Raiders taking Jerry Jeudy. But the first receiver off the board.
I think most people had the Raiders taking Judy. So
Do the Niners take him now? I don't think they probably anticipated Judy making it this far.
Yeah, I think it's honestly a little bit of a surprise. There's only been one receiver taken here in this first 12.
I don't know. I still think I don't know. I mean, yeah, they have good defensive line, but I still think you need that guy.
Yeah.
So you're thinking Kinlaw here?
I still think Kinlaw's a good choice.
That's kind of what I was thinking when they traded when we traded the 13th pick to them. I was thinking this is going to be a Kinlaw replacement. Well, I guess we'll see. I mean, there's plenty of interior defensive linemen at 31 that they could take too.
I mean, they could get Lamb.
Yep.
I think that needs to be the pick here, because Lamb should have probably been a top 10 pick this year.
I think it's going to be Kinlaw or Lamb. I think they're either going to try to plug someone in there to replace Buckner, or since they lost arguably their best receiver in Sanders,
Yeah.
in free agency, they may try to go after a splash play here.
So on my mock, I've got the 49ers taking Henry Ruggs, so clearly that's going to be correct. Well, I've got Tampa Bay going. Andrew Thomas, and then the Broncos going C.J. Henderson. So I've got the next 3 picks wrong. Sweet.
But even the best mocks are lucky to have 5-6 of these picks right. So,
well, I got the first 3 right. That's about
you're halfway there.
Here's something that a lot of people may not think about. What if
Also, the 49ers just trade the pick?
Go figure.
They traded it to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Wow.
What if Tampa Bay?
Yeah, so they've got 13 and 14. It looks like.
What if one of these is Jordan Love?
Could be
behind Tom Brady.
Into existence.
Why else would they trade up? Why else would they trade up? At 14,
why would they trade in front of themselves? So that's the question. Unless they're trading 14.
You can take an elite receiver, and you can take Jordan Love after that to develop behind Tom Brady. There's no other reason to do it unless they see a tackle, they see another offensive lineman to protect Brady. I mean, some people say they're in win now mode, so you could see a tackle receiver combo. But man, I just find it interesting that they traded up back to back
in front of themselves. Yeah, in front of themselves. I wonder what the trade is.
I don't know, but
Louis Riddick's talking about tackle here.
Yeah.
So we jumped on Love, but the tackle would be interesting too.
Well,
I want to see what the compensation
need to protect
is.
Brady. It's not like Brady's getting out of he's not scrambling out of pressure, so you better build a wall in front of him.
You get one of these tackles and Judy, you're set up for the next couple years.
I just want to see his compensation. Oh, so San Francisco's getting 14. So Tampa just moved up one spot.
Oh, okay.
So they were afraid that San Francisco was going to take the person they wanted then.
So it's going to be a receiver probably.
Would they have?
Because they wouldn't take a tackle.
Didn't they just get McGlinchey like 2 years ago?
Yeah, they did from Notre Dame. So it wouldn't be a tackle. But yeah, Tampa Bay or the San Francisco 49ers are getting the 14th pick and 117.
Wow.
and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers get 13 and a 7th-round pick. How do you
Wow.
not get more?
Oh my goodness!
How do you not get more?
Tampa Bay won that one.
Yeah. Big time.
How do you not get more? How do you at least get a second? That's what a 117
At least
by what a
a
4th
third.
round pick. You should have gotten a
That's
third.
5th round, I think. I think that's early 5th round.
Let me look real fast.
They have like an algorithm, Sam, if you could pull it up on a numerical value for picks online. If either of you guys have the
I'm looking it up right now. Draft value chart, NFL.
Oh my goodness!
Is it on Pro Football Reference?
I can't see.
Sure,
him.
why not?
I can't see him picking anyone other than Judy. Well, Judy's still there too, isn't he?
Yep.
So
Judy
I mean, it could be
and-
Judy or Lamb.
So yeah, the value on the 49ers pick is 1,150 points. Tampa Bay is 1,100. So it's
yeah,
not a
50
whole lot of a difference.
50-point difference. So what pick is worth 50 points?
I don't know. We'll see here. Oh, that's all teams. I wonder if we could show me the 4th round. Oh, here we go. What was the pick? 117. 117 is a 4th rounder. It's a late 4th rounder too.
Late 4th rounder.
Yep.
And that value
Might
is
even been
60.
compensatory.
That's a 60 value.
All right.
And then the late 7th round pick is probably that's like a 5 basically. So it's an even trade basically. If we want to go by value like that. So Goodell's got the pick. It's got to be a receiver, right?
They must have loved one of these receivers that they didn't want the 49ers to
It's got to
take.
be Judy. It's got to be Judy here.
And if you're the 49ers, you get whichever one's left and a 4th rounder.
Or they get Worf.
Or they get Worf. That'd be a great tackle duo. 49ers offensive and
That's
defensive line.
who it is, Tristan Wirfs.
There you
Wow.
I
go.
don't get why you would trade up one pick to get an offensive tackle, but they did it.
Well, you have the 49ers that are built, they have a similar philosophy of the Colts inside out, and they probably need a tackle to go along with McGlinchey, that dominant defensive line. Now you have a dominant offensive line. It's clear what John Lynch's path is with the 49ers, and obviously the Bucs were afraid that they could get he could get taken there.
They don't have, like I said, they still don't have a day 2 pick. They've got this 14th pick, and then they've got 31. And then they don't have a pick till the 4th round, so.
They may not be done.
Well, they were
They might
probably
trade out of this pick, heck.
Yeah, that's possible.
Let me look at the depth chart real fast of the 49ers.
I still think they're going to grab wide receiver though.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Also-
got to go Judy here. If Judy was their plan, man, that's a slam dunk that they traded back one pick for that.
Judy or Lamb, either one is a slam.
This is
dunk
the
for
second
them.
time John Lynch has traded back one pick. Think about it. He did it with the Bears.
That's a great way to nitpick up draft picks.
Yeah, it really is.
Slowly accumulate them.
So they've still got Joe Staley at left tackle. And they've got Mike McGlinchey. But Staley's older, so the knee is not necessarily there right away, but good gosh, I could not imagine jumping out of a pool. Even in like a 2-foot pool, I could probably not even jump out of a pool. And these dudes are jumping out of 5 feet.
We don't appreciate these athletes until you watch them at the combine and
Or you see them in person.
draft process. Yeah. You look at Anthony Costanzo in person. That's an intimidating human being.
Oh yeah. And Nelson is so freaking wide. Oh my goodness.
Or did Luck call him a refrigerator with legs? Who's that?
Yeah.
Was that Luck? I think that was Luck that called him that.
It's nasty.
And he said Quentin Nelson's got like the broadest back he's ever seen.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, if you're Tampa Bay, you got to protect Brady, and it goes to show they're in win now. You got to be able to protect his blind side or protect that right side, whichever one they're going to put him.
That'd have been something though if they would have been able to trade up one pick and not give up the 14th pick.
I think Niners either grab Kinlaw, like I said earlier, or one of the wide.
Yeah, their
receivers.
plan is still I still think their plan is the same here. It's either Judy or Kinlaw. And they might be able to trade back a little bit more because I don't know if there's really. I mean, Denver's going to need a receiver probably, but I mean, outside of that, let me look at the draft board here.
You can
I
see
mean,
3
since-
straight receivers right here.
Both the top big receivers are still there, in my opinion.
Yep.
I mean, 'cause
Yeah.
I didn't think Ruggs was a match for either one of those.
So you've got Denver. They're going to probably get a receiver here. You got Atlanta. They might not. They might not take a receiver. Dallas doesn't need a receiver. Miami. You got the Raiders. That's probably the next team that needs a receiver. So they could possibly take Kinlaw here.
Miami could get a receiver.
Yeah.
They could.
I mean, they've got one good, solid receiver, and then I mean, if they go get another one, then good for them.
I'm surprised they're not looking to trade this pick too, not having another one till the 4th. That's a big drop.
Someone made up a good point that Miami not only allowed New England Patriots to not get a first round bye with their win in Week 16, but they still got Tua.
The tank for Tua worked anyways because everyone got leapfrogged by Joe Burrow.
Also, I didn't think about this. Remember who Tampa Bay signed in the middle of the offseason? Joe Haig.
Yep.
So I wonder what they're going to do with Joe Haig now. Because I think they were listing him, probably going to play him at right tackle, even though it's not his best position.
He's still a good right tackle because he's got good side-to-side movement, so I don't have a problem with him playing right tackle.
I got to look at their roster too.
But he can play all 3 positions on that offensive line. So
Yeah.
That's what he did for the Colts. He was that primary backup for the entire offensive line.
That's why he went there. He's going to have a much better opportunity to start. He has none here.
Yep.
We still have a legitimate
Sadly.
competition to be able to start in Tampa.
Which sucks because he was, such a great backup.
Yeah,
Now
we're
it's
going
Josh
to
Andrews' turn.
or LaRaven Clark since he's going to keep eating up cap year after year.
And I don't understand about the LaRaven Clark. I apparently am not as high on LaRaven Clark as what the Colts are because I would have already let him go.
Yeah, I honestly thought that would be one of the first moves Ballard made, but
they apparently have high hopes for him. But
and also he's taken advantage of kind of the attrition on our offensive line. There just hasn't been outside of Joe Haig that group of players that could push him off the roster. So it may just be a continuity thing. He still has the great length and all that stuff, but if you're willing to cut Zach Banner after 2 months, I don't know how LaRaven Clark gets 4 years out of this franchise, but hey, man, not up to us. It's up to Chris.
So you're looking at Tampa Bay's offensive line. They've got Donovan Smith at left tackle, Ali Marpet at left guard, Ryan Jensen at center, Alex Kappa at right guard, and ESPN has Joe Haig listed at right tackle. So maybe they put him inside.
They could. They could do that. Depends on how they view if they think Wirfs can switch sides. Then you could try to put Wirfs at left and keep Joe Haig at right. '49ers are taking 18 years to make their pick. No surprise.
That always bugs me,
Or
especially
they're
like the
taking
top
calls.
3.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. They could
Yeah.
be taking calls too.
Yeah.
It'd be something if like a GM was like getting a terrible trade offer and they're like, "What? My connection's breaking up. I can't hear you." End call. So their pick is in now. Hopefully. Yep.
McKinney's still on the board is slightly surprising.
Yeah. Now
Could be the Broncos pick. Seems like a Broncos pick.
Yeah, Vic Fangio there. They could go defense. Who are they showing? Oh, CeeDee Lamb.
Well, yeah, to replace Emmanuel Sanders.
Yeah.
He's probably the best replacement, like when he come to skill wise.
I just can't believe, Judy and Lamb are still available here at 14.
Man.
I figured probably only one of them would be left.
That's because Ruggs shouldn't have went yet.
Nope.
Year after year. We do this year after year, and it's just if teams make do the same thing, speed, raw athleticism, it doesn't change. No matter how many of those guys bust out of the league, there's always going to be the team that takes them in the top 15 just because they have elite athleticism.
Well, speed is something you can't teach. So
yep. Tell that to guys like who is it? We took Philip Dorsett.
He's in Seattle now.
Yeah.
Reunited with Mike Schottenheimer or Brian Schottenheimer or whatever his name is.
Yep.
So the pick is in. Goodell's going up to the podium here.
They should have his family boo him just for entertainment value.
Well, they've got fans in the background on the TV, and they're kind of booing him, sometimes cheering.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They go Kinlaw. Wow. A little bit surprised there.
I'm not really surprised because they really do need somebody to replace DeForest Buckner because he was just that much of a force on that D-line.
They really did not pay an All-Pro just to get Javon Kinlaw. And I love Kinlaw, but come on now.
Salary. They have salary cap ramifications. I mean, how many guys are you going to pay on the defensive line? You got to rotate them at some point. That's why it made the deal made so much sense for both teams. Colts get a slam dunk proven veteran that you have the cap to sign. 49ers sign draft a guy with a lot of upside, extreme athlete, and they get, kind of the cheaper salary cap end of it. So great trade for both teams.
I figured most people probably thought they were going to go for Kinlaw. I mean, I would not have been upset with CeeDee Lamb, but Kinlaw's it's the smart move. You don't want to have that big of a drop-off on your defense when that's what brought you to the Super Bowl in the first place.
Well, I mean, you look at, again, John Lynch has made it clear, drafted McGlinchey. They've had DeForest Buckner, Eric Armstead, Nick Bosa. I mean, a lot of investment in the fronts, and that's what got them to the Super Bowl. There's a reason they do it. There's a reason why Chris Ballard does it. They share a lot of, similar kind of philosophies.
Well, while Denver's sitting here on the clock, I'm going to get something to drink real fast because I ran through my water way too fast.
I have a 6-pack of 20-ounce sodas right here beside me.
There you go. You were ready. You should have known better. These drafts last like 5 hours.
Damn, it's been 2 hours already, hasn't it?
Yep. And we're only at pick 15.
Not even quite halfway through with it. Hey, everybody, if you are watching this on Sportscaster or YouTube, please don't forget to smash that like button and help by following and subscribing. I would much appreciate that. We can get more more content later on, get notified. Also, check out my channel, man. I got a ton of breakdowns, especially Colts players. Especially the young Colts players.
Gonna have a fresh new batch to break down after the next couple days.
Yep. Well, I got to break down the latest poll that I had. I had a poll on Twitter, and Bobby Okereke won that poll, so I got to break that down in the next day or so.
Man, the talent on that kid really flew under the radar, but he could be something special.
I've had a lot of requests for Anthony Walker as well, and I love Anthony Walker. I'd like to do his as well, but since this is still early in my YouTube career, I'm gonna let the polls win it before.
There you go. Ogereke's probably a more interesting player to do anyway. A lot of untapped potential and range there. So Walker, that's the thing is a lot of people think they're going to have to choose, but Walker is a guy you would still love to keep around with, at worst be a rotational guy, and with the sub packages you run in today's league, I don't think you really have to choose between them at all.
Well, I mean, Okereke does a great job at Sam anyhow.
Yep.
So, and Walker is basically a defensive coordinator on the field.
Yep.
So, man. Oh, yeah, I'd love to do Kari Willis next too, Trayless. I would love to. He's been on the list as well the last couple times. So, But the last person that won it, I believe, was either Hines or Sin. I can't remember. One of those two were my last two. No, it was Komoko Ture was my last one, and Komoko Ture actually watched my stream.
Oh yeah,
and then took a picture of, like recorded himself watching it on his phone, and then Instagrammed it to me.
he's one of my favorite young guys.
Mm-hmm. So
we lost our. Oh, there he is. I was gonna say if they make the pick, I'm gonna be behind some of the
Goodell 2.0. Is that what I am?
Yep.
Oh.
Well.
We respect authority.
But my $44 million a year.
Man, if only. I would take that to get booed off a stage.
What a flex! John Elway in his draft room's got all 3 Super Bowl trophies.
Ooh.
What a flex!
Happy for him. He was a great player. Glad to see him pan out as a general manager. He's one of the better ones too.
Hasn't done great with quarterbacks. Not a great track record with the quarterbacks.
And it's great that we're sitting here talking up the guy who said I'm not playing for Indianapolis.
Well, we had.
There they go. Broncos go Jerry Jeudy.
There you go.
Man, that's a hell of a pick right there.
Atlanta's pushing air because they wanted to trade up to 8 to get him, and they were 1 pick away.
I expected. I mean, I had Ruggs going here actually in my mock. So,
well, Ruggs. That's where Ruggs should have went right now.
Yeah. So, being that Judy was still on the board, I can understand why they picked him.
Not to disrespect Jerry Jeudy, they've got his player profile right here, and not to disrespect Jerry Jeudy, but it says received straight A's his senior year of high school. That's not saying a whole lot, really.
Well, you go to Alabama, you're not going for the academics,
especially him. But I mean, he's making millions of dollars, and there's me. So
one of the biggest bargains so far of the draft. That was a top 5 talent.
Yeah, him and Cortland Sutton next to each other. Man, Denver's gonna be a problem probably next year.
You think?
I think I had him taken. I don't know who. Had him taking C.J. Henderson.
Oh, hold on here.
So Land's on the board here. They can go Kevlon Chason, the edge player.
Yeah.
The hell, they could still take a receiver. Maybe they like CeeDee Lamb a lot.
I'm not 100% sold on that. Hold on.
I feel like Atlanta, never has enough receivers, so. They could also go McKinney, the safety from Alabama.
Put his butt. Yeah. I like McKinney. Because, I mean, I think they have a shot. I know that they made a move that completely baffled me by letting one defensive end go and going and getting pretty much an identical duplicate in free agency.
Sometimes I feel like a change of scenery will help.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, but we'll see. I don't know.
You're talking about Dante Fowler, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't really pan out with the Jaguars or the Rams, so.
Yep. And he's pretty much the exact same person that they had at that spot that they let go in free agency.
Yep.
Who did they let go again?
Vic Beasley.
Yeah.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, because there was a rumor of Vic Beasley to the Colts. Like every free agent to the Colts.
Not anymore. Now we're out of cap.
Yeah, basically. I think we're around $20 million now or so.
I think Atlanta should go pass rusher.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I get what you're saying, Shrayless, on building the defensive backfield, but honestly, Brady will pick apart cornerbacks as long as he's got time in the pocket to do it. So my thought process is you got to get to Brady to beat Brady.
They got a nice interior. They got to get some outside pass rushers to go along with it.
Yep. I mean, they got middle pressure with Grady Jarrett and all them. So. And McKinney.
Yeah. That McKinney-Jarrett combo is real nice. They just got to get a pass rusher to go along with it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see her. They're still selecting here. The pick is in now from ESPN. After that, we've got the Dallas Cowboys on the clock. So that's someone who could probably go with a DB after they lost Byron Jones in free agency. We're going to get a little bit murky here. I mean, we got Dallas, Miami, the Raiders, and the Jaguars coming up here. I mean,
it's a little too early to get Espinosa.
Yes.
Yeah, I think towards the end. I agree with Sam. That's a Patriots guy.
I think so.
That guy screams Patriots.
You know what's ironic? After Dallas, you've got 3 straight picks of teams making their second first-round pick.
Yep.
Tonight. Isn't that ironic?
Yep. Can you imagine if you're Miami and you get Tua and CeeDee Lamb out of this first round?
I mean, he could slide there. I mean, I don't see Dallas taking a receiver.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would just kind of be right here if he was to be taken.
Dallas could take one.
I mean, they don't need. No, I think they go corner.
Yeah, I think corner is probably the best pick here. But Jerry Jones wants to surround Prescott with the weapons. Colts tried to do it for years with Manning and try to surround him with as many weapons as possible. Seems like Dallas is they traded that first for Cooper. You know, they still feel. I feel like they still want to surround him.
That trade feels like a million years ago. That was just 2 years ago.
Dallas doesn't have too bad of a front seven, and I mean they just lost Byron Jones. So
yeah, that's a big loss.
They need to replace him.
Miami, yeah. If Lamb falls to them, Miami at least at 18, they're going to go a lot of different ways. They can go defense. They can go offensive line. They can go wide receiver. They have all the needs. So except for quarterback now, of course. I think it's ironic though, it's kind of weird though how like every year they interview the guys after they get drafted because they're face to face, of course, but they're not doing that this year. Which I figured they would at least. They did Joe Burrow first overall, but they haven't really done anybody since then.
All the interviews.
Yeah, like after they get drafted, they're not doing it. I guess I don't know why they're not doing that. At least trying it.
Might be a little more difficult with them at home.
Yeah,
you have them there in your confines, and all your reporters are right there. So
well, even some of them, some. This is not completely foreign to where prospects are at home. Sometimes prospects stay home, and they interview them then. So I don't know. I just think it's kind of interesting. They only interviewed Joe Burrow so far.
That was the guy they knew were going to get picked number 1, so they knew when to interview him.
Yeah.
If they had went off mocks, though, they could have interviewed the top 10.
Basically.
And been accurate.
Someone said they turned the NFL draft on auto draft and went and got lunch and went and got dinner.
There you go.
So we're 2 hours in and we're halfway through.
Yeah, I don't know if that's normal. Still no Daniel Jones shocking picks or any crazy slides right now.
Really, the only slides are Isaiah Simmons and the receivers. Well, Ruggs wasn't a surprise slide, but
yeah.
So here's the pick. The pick is in. Let's see what Goodell gives the Atlanta Falcons.
AJ Terrell.
AJ Terrell.
Wow. There we go. That's a little shakeup. Hey, you called it, Lawrence, though.
They went DB.
Yep.
Well, he was probably the best on the board, right, where they were picking.
AJ, a lot of people had him listed as a second rounder, but I'm telling you what, I think AJ Terrell's got an intense amount of upside, and I think that's what they're betting on.
Absolutely. And that's the kind of picks we haven't seen so far. Just, again, not being able to go on the road and see these guys.
Mm-hmm.
You're not seeing those kind of shocking picks that mocks miss on like this. This is really the first one, but you're outside of the top 15. And, that's kind of the threshold where, you can start to feel a little bit of room to gamble on guys like this, where you don't feel that pressure to hit on them nearly as much. You want to hit on all of them, but the farther back you go, the more you feel the leeway to be able to gamble on guys like this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this would sound totally crazy, but what if the Raiders went back-to-back receivers? Like, what if Miami passes on a receiver here?
I think Kenneth Murray should be a very, very high target for them if he lasts to them.
Oh, I see. Miami might grab a safety.
Yeah. McKinney would be a great pick here.
Mm-hmm. I think Miami could grab a safety.
Well, what do we think about Dallas here at 17? What are we thinking here? DB?
Man, with Terrell gone, I mean that cornerback is a little bit tough now.
Yeah,
a little
thin.
Yep. I mean, you want great value. McKinney's on the board. Good value again with Lamb. I mean, they have Van Der Esch, but do they want to pair him with another great linebacker with Murray? They have some options here, but I think Lamb and McKinney are two really great value picks.
Oh no. Well, let's see here.
Do guys like Jalen Johnson get pushed up the board now with guys like Terrell falling off the board a little early? You might see a panic run on DBs too.
That's very true.
I think most people had Jalen Johnson above AJ, so
around there in that same breath. So if we're looking at Terrell getting picked this early, you could see guys like Johnson get picked in this area as well.
It'd be a reach, at least for Johnson anyhow. I think it'd be a slight reach, but I mean it's possible. I think you go BPA here for Dallas,
and I think McKinney kind of fills a little bit of a bigger need on that defensive side of the ball. I think with a guy like Prescott, you're really, really putting yourself in a great position if you build up that defense. And I think McKinney could be a big piece of that in the back end. Like you said, front seven's good. They need some help in the back end, and I think he's great value at 17.
Oh yeah, I fully agree. Well, we got a few players that have slid because of just surprises.
Yeah, Dallas is still making her pick. Come on, Jerry Jones. We know you're the only one making the decision, so.
Maybe he's fielding calls.
Yep.
Maybe someone's there going, oh, crap,
The Colts are looking to trade up.
You're starting to get into that little bit of a range where if you want Jordan Love and don't want the Patriots to grab him, this is.
Yeah, we're getting in that spot right now.
Mm-hmm.
We said to be safe, to feel safe about getting him, 18 is really the mark you have to get to.
Mm-hmm.
Because then you got the Raiders there at 19.
Well, the question with the Raiders now is, can you pass up a guy like Lamb or Justin Jefferson? You still have Derek Carr. They just signed Mariota.
Oh, come on. You do not pick Justin Jefferson over Lamb.
No, I'm saying if Lamb's gone and they pick at 19, do they take Love over?
They took Ruggs already, so could they double down at receiver?
Sure, why not? It's John Gruden.
But Justin Jefferson doesn't fit the ultra fast guy.
Well, now that's the big body X receiver. I mean, you have
in now. We're out here grinding. I'm hungry.
I'm hungry too, but I don't want to sit here and munch on chips right in front of my microphone.
the sacrifices you make for the people, Lawrence. We appreciate it.
Jake, do you see the awkward angle that Mike McCarthy's got right now? It's really weird.
Give me like 5 seconds for Hulu to catch up to you, and I'll see it.
Huh.
I agree with you, Shreyless. I would not trade up to get Love. I would, if he fell to me at 34, I'd grab him. But I don't think I would burn all extra picks, especially considering that we still have needs at wide receiver. So I would, if he fell, great. If he didn't, look, I personally would wait until next year. If we could not grab the person you want at quarterback, and it's not someone that you feel as though can be your franchise starter for 10 plus years. Because right now, you got to figure you want somebody better than Brissett. Like starting out better than Brissett.
If you can take a flyer in the 5th on a guy like Gordon or a guy like Morgan, I would be on board with that. Also, just because, again, I think you have to have some security beyond this season in terms of the quarterback. I mean, you don't know what Pittsburgh is going to do. Brissett up in the air, so I think that it would just really be smart. You have late round picks. They could use one of these picks, trade back, get another late round pick, and invest. 5th.
Wow, there's a surprise. The Dallas Cowboys take CeeDee Lamb. Wow, that's a big surprise.
That's Jerry Jones trying to surround Dak Prescott with a Peyton Manning type supporting cast.
Well, yeah. I mean, they got Cooper and Gallup. Now they got Lamb as well.
With Zeke in the backfield.
Mm-hmm.
Now they just got to take take a guy like Kmet or Hopkins in there.
I'm about to say Cole Kmet.
Yep.
Wow, that's a big surprise there.
Here's something for you.
Miami's probably punching air right now.
Yep.
If Colts don't grab a quarterback in the draft, big deal. You got to remember, don't look at last year's numbers. Look at the year before. Cam Newton was still a very solid quarterback, and you could probably get him for $15 million a year right now.
Yep. You could say a guy like Dalton could be available.
Yeah.
If they can't find a trade partner, you cut him. I agree with you. I don't think Chris Ballard's feeling pressure. But I think that if there's a guy that he likes, even as a long-term backup possibility in the 5th, just pull the trigger on it. Just because you have a guy under contract past this year to give a little stability to that room, because even if you look at a guy like Dalton, or if Carr becomes available, if the Raiders decide to pull the trigger on a guy, those guys are still not guys you're going to invest long term. I think really benefit this roster to have some sort of stability in that quarterback room. Again, I'm not saying press in the 2nd round for a guy you don't like, but I think that you can find good value in the 5th round with some of these other guys to at least add some stability for a high-end backup, for the long term at worst.
And I don't totally agree on trading up for Jordan Love, unless it's like right here, because one, there's a bunch of round 2 quarterbacks, or round 3 quarterbacks that you could take, like a guy like Jalen Hurts, Jake Fromm, Jacob Eason. Those are a couple guys you could take. And also just the fact that Chris Ballard doesn't have a whole lot of picks. We only got 7 of them. If we're going to move up into the 1st round, we're probably going to have to give up probably 2, maybe even 3 picks. So I really don't see us trading up for Jordan Love. And I just think he's more likely to fall at 34 than to trade down, or to be taken before we get on the board here.
I think he'd have to give up next year's 1st round pick to get into the 1st this year.
Probably. Just depends.
This high, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we're talking like 21 or 22, you give up probably 34 and like maybe 122, maybe even 75.
I honestly, I'm not expecting the Colts to pick any higher than 25 next year.
I wouldn't be surprised with that either. I mean, people don't realize how close this roster was, and you have to bring up the record, but
you need a little bit more health at wide receiver and a little bit better quarterback play. And to be honest, better kicking earlier in the season.
Oh, man, kicking. There were just so many crazy factors that resulted in that record, and I think they're going to be a real surprise team. Frank Reich's got a quarterback he's comfortable with. You get T.Y. back healthy, add a guy like Buckner, Teray coming back. I mean, there's a lot, and plus this crop that we're going to bring in this year in the draft. I'm still high on Paris Campbell. I really like him.
Well, me too.
I think this team has talent. We don't know what Darius Fountain can do. So this wide receiving core could look a lot different, even if they only take one in the draft. I mean, you have guys that miss time due to injury that are young, talented receivers, and I think that's how Chris Ballard feels.
So the Colts flexed their draft pick. It said the 13th pick is in, and it's got a highlight film of DeForest Buckner. And so, Law, you remember that live stream we did of like Colts fans doing ridiculous comments? Here's one for you. Don't forget the $21 million a year too. Talking about DeForest Buckner's contract. Definitely not Ballard's way of building through the draft. Ballard seems to be in panic mode.
Yes, a 26-year-old All-Pro getting paid the money he deserved is definitely panic mode.
This ain't panic mode. This is win now mode.
And see, that's what me and Jake have been talking about. Like, you don't have that franchise quarterback anymore. So I think you're pressing a little bit more to, get those star type players at premium positions. Yep.
Blue chip talent. You had Andrew Luck in your back pocket. And I think that Ballard accumulating those picks thought depth behind Luck, having a solid roster behind Luck, and now that's gone. I mean, you have to find blue chip talent elsewhere, and you bring that in with Buckner. I mean, these are probably the same fans that are saying that Ballard doesn't spend and that Ballard's cheap, and then you sign a guy
or he doesn't trade picks.
We need veteran proven superstars, not draft picks, and then he trades for a veteran superstar.
And if you really think about it, okay, let's say they keep 13 and they take Kinlaw, and he ends up being a blue chip player. In 4 to 5 years, his contract would be a lot bigger than what we're paying DeForest Buckner right now. So $22 million for 3 years, right now at least 3 years, might seem big, but just think, what if Javon Kinlaw ends up being like an all-pro type player? His contract is going to be excess of over $20 million. So,
Kinlaw's ceiling is not as high as Buckner.
It's not. I'm just saying, like, what if he becomes an all-pro type player like that? Because every time a star player or a great player at a position has a contract, they want to be the next highest paid player, and that's all. And that's kind of what we did with Buckner. He's probably the best interior defensive lineman in the league, and so we paid him as such. So what if Kinlaw ends up being a really good all-pro, 1 year all-pro type of player, and then you have to end up paying him over $20 million, at least for San Francisco.
Oh, in 5 years, solid defensive linemen will end up being paid $28 to $30 million. The top of the line.
So $20 million will be nothing.
Exactly.
It's like when they paid Luck, and everyone was saying, "Does he deserve to be the highest paid?" In 3 years, that contract looked like a bargin.
Yeah,
we were getting what, $24 million. We're getting about $24 million. That's like nothing nowadays. That's backup money compared to Jacoby Brissett.
Prescott's turning down 34 a year.
So Miami's pick is in. This will be interesting to see what they go with here. Could they go safety Xavier McKinney here?
You lost Minka Fitzpatrick, so be a good replacement for him.
Be a great replacement.
Need some defensive help.
And I think Buffalo is the obvious favorite in the AFC East, but I think that division is pretty open, to be honest.
Oh, the Bills.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Bills, I think, are going to win 10 games, but I think there's an open competition for who's going to play second in that division.
I think if the Bills end up getting themselves another wide receiver, and if Josh Allen actually steps up and improves just in a couple areas, even marginally, the Bills are going to run away with the East.
Yeah. So Goodell's up with the pick here. No, never mind. Just a minute. I thought he was coming up here.
Maybe get another running back to go with.
Imagine if you're a Dolphins fan, though. You have like 5 picks in the top, 2 rounds? That's insane.
Yep.
You have to be having a whole lot of fun right now.
Hey, and it seems like they got a better infrastructure in place now than they did. You can have 18 picks in the draft and still not field a good team if you don't have the coaching.
That's what I did on Madden.
Front office to do it.
I took over the Dolphins halfway through the year and went 0-16, had 18 picks, and I drafted a lot of good players, but I haven't finished that franchise yet. I took Joe Burrow first overall.
So they just showed the Steelers and Dolphins trade on the television, so maybe they're McKinney a little bit here.
Yeah, because Minka was a safety. I don't know if I would have made that trade, though, because Minka's a guy you can build your defense around. You got a first-round pick for him, which I think is a good deal, but so here Goodell's got the pick.
First and a couple lates for him, too.
Yeah. Nope, they go offensive tackle. Austin Jackson. That's a smart pick. I don't know if I like it at 18, but I mean, I like it. You're trying to protect Tua.
Yeah, I was going to say Josh Jones is going to be a guy that's going to start creeping up out of my mouth here because he's a guy I like, and you're going to see teams that still need to bulk up their offensive line. But
yeah, we could see a good run of tackles here in the late first round because there's a lot of guys there.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, I've seen no less than 7 tackles go in the first round in any mock that I have done.
This is what, 5?
I'll check out real quick, but
I think this is the 5th one.
I think I would have much rather took Jackson at 26 for Miami, but I mean 18 is still not huge. Now we got the Oakland Raiders here, or the Las Vegas Raiders. Wow, I knew I was going to do it tonight.
So we enter the red zone for any fan that wants Jordan Love. These next 4 picks are going to be extremely critical if you're on the Love train.
I was about to say, really, any team could trade up here.
They could, but it just in terms of the way if there was a team that wanted him bad enough, they could have drafted him earlier. You can trade up, but
I wonder if Jerry Jones took CeeDee Lamb just because the sole purpose that he didn't want to see CeeDee Lamb in Philly. Because I think Philly would have been a team that takes CeeDee Lamb.
Drafting on other teams is not a very good idea, but Jerry Jones, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. I forget what I was going to look at now with the picks.
I just think it's weird because, I don't really view Prescott as a guy that you want to carry your team. And when you're going this heavy investment with receivers, that's going to put a much higher responsibility on Prescott to be the guy to deliver the ball to them.
Ooh. Jefferson could go here.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I was saying. He could be kind of their X guy for opposite of Ruggs.
Mm-hmm.
But again,
still trying to find the picks.
Their tackle situation isn't ideal either. They had a really good interior for Derek Carr, but a lot of edge pressure last year. And if they could get a tackle to kind of solidify that offensive line, I know they're probably not thrilled with their quarterback situation, even though publicly they back Carr. But I think still investing in a tackle here would not be a terrible idea at all. Kenneth Murray's a guy that I feel like is a real high possibility for them too.
So far through 18 picks, we have 5 offensive tackles taken.
Yep.
So we're right on line with 7. We're getting close to it. I have to look and see what teams are up that need tackles. Oakland or Las Vegas needs a tackle. I don't know if Minnesota does. I don't think they do. Seattle maybe. The Titans will need one probably.
But it's just funny to me because, to touch back on the Jordan Love thing, so many people had talked about him with the Colts at 13, and Chris Ballard traded out of that, and everyone was saying, oh, well, he lost the chance to get him. A lot of people after the Combine penciled him in as a top 10 pick, and now we're here at probably pick number 20, and he's still not going to be off the board. I mean, again, Chris Ballard's just so plugged in. I mean, even if he just is even if he's just enamored, he probably has whispers in his ear about kind of the way the league views players. And that's one of the most underrated aspects about him as a general manager that I just absolutely love. And it's critical for his success too.
I'll be very interested to see what Oakland does here. The pick is in, so we'll see if Goodell goes up here. But yeah, 5 offensive tackles have been taken, which is
I wouldn't be surprised if the Titans take an offensive tackle, considering they lost.
That's who I had taken Cleveland from Boise State.
Nice.
Oh wow! He said that the draft was supposed to be in Dallas this year. Yikes!
Oof.
But I'm surprised there's been like no laggy video or nothing. Like no layover. Like when they go to someone else and then they're just standing there awkwardly and then they start talking. There's been nothing like that so far. They need to have a simulcast next year.
Yeah,
maybe.
Like what Jake said, have your favorite draft analyst. Pick your favorite draft analyst to talk about or watch.
This is 2020. You got to have that kind of flexibility for your viewers. what's the point of having 8 devices that can stream this if I can't watch Mike Mayock?
Wow, another corner. The Raiders went to Damon Arnett, Ohio
Wow.
State.
There you go.
So, like you
was a guy
said,
that
Jake,
flew
run
under
on DBs now.
Yeah, that was a guy that we didn't mention that flew under the radar, but he's another one that.
Yeah, he was really good at Ohio State last year.
Yep.
I thought he was going to be more of a second round guy though.
Chris Ballard's punching air because now that's a Ohio State player he couldn't draft.
Yo, I'm like hoping we stay away from Ohio State players. Every time we get them, they get hurt.
Bummer.
We need to keep going to the Notre Dame pipeline. It did us well 1 year.
So does Jacksonville go back to the defensive pipeline and go with Murray? Because he's a guy I thought would have been gone by now.
You could.
Because we don't know what's going on with Telvin Smith.
Yeah, he's retired still.
He was kind of the middle of their defense.
Yeah, because they don't have much of a defense right now.
Chase on here as well, with Unique Ngakoue having that kind of holdout trade demand.
Oh, that ain't a demand. It's beyond demand now.
That's true.
I mean,
it's another team that could probably take tackle.
I mean, a lot of
they've already handled. Yeah, I mean they've already handled the defense, so maybe they go offense this time. That's what we saw Oakland do here just a minute ago.
But who they're going to be blocking for a quarterback with no one to throw to and no running back.
They've got DJ Chark.
Well,
DJ Chark is nice now.
He is, but
he torched us.
But I mean, they're going to be picking top 5 again next year, so they can just draft a quarterback then. Get that offensive line first for them.
Gruden and Mayock, they kind of reached on some players last year, we thought, and then they end up being really good. So I think I'll be very nice to see what Arnett does this year for the Raiders.
I'm just hoping Mayock gets fired so he ends up back on the Notre Dame broadcast team.
Oh, yeah.
I loved watching him on the Notre Dame broadcast team.
I like Mike Tirico on the broadcast.
Yeah.
Soon he's about to take over, what's his name, Al Michaels.
Mm.
Did you guys know Al Michaels is like 70-something?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
I thought he was in his 50s or 60s.
No.
I didn't think he was in his 70s. I'm like, wow.
He was old when I was young.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good possibility, Shreyless. Jacksonville tanking because I mean they're not going to win many games next year.
They don't have
a chance to get Lawrence.
Good teams tank.
Clearly, that's what we did.
I take objection to that, Sam. We had a lot of injuries in 2011. Mm-hmm. The Colts would have probably given up anything to get that 4th win, so they wouldn't have had to kick Manning to the curb. We were literally that bad. We were that bad. You had Clark injured. You had Freeney injured. You had so many. I mean, we had Dan Orlovsky starting games.
Injured.
Oh, Clark was injured. Don't you question Dallas Clark's toughness like that, man?
I have not.
Well, how many? Did you say a lot by the turnover from that year to the next year?
Yep.
It's like a whole new team from one year to the next.
Man, it was completely new.
Mm-hmm.
People think it was a tank job, but man, they don't realize how bad we were. That offensive line was falling apart.
Manning was carrying the team.
Yeah. Well, and you saw it in 2010. You saw that team went 10-6 with Peyton Manning healthy. So the decline was coming. It just came to a crashing halt with him getting injured because they decided to let Bill Polian's son, Chris, start getting our draft picks. And he was drafting bust after bust for the last 3 or 4 years.
One moment here.
I just can't believe the surprise run on the DBs here the last couple picks.
We need to get like a chart of how many defensive players the Jaguars have drafted over the last 5 or so years. I don't think I've ever seen a team invest in so much defense and have so little to show for it.
I mean, they made the AFC title game.
They made one.
Yeah, and they were up by 10 in the 4th quarter.
Well, that's what happens when you have Blake Bortles.
Exactly. That's why you shouldn't build. That's why you shouldn't build through a defense in a running game. because it flames out in 2 years.
They would have had even a marginally better quarterback. They probably went to the Super Bowl that year.
And they'd still probably be fighting for
Oh,
the
absolutely.
AFC South.
Would have had to luck into like a healthy year of Nick Foles for that to happen.
We got any questions from the YouTube commenters?
Not really. Shirless is just talking a lot.
How about to say, what does Shirley say the Jaguars are going here? Because it seems like every time he says something, the pick is right. Let us know, Shirley. You're probably connected to all the NFL GMs right now.
No, he was wrong. He thought that the Raiders were going to take Murray.
I thought Murray too. I thought that was a really good fit. So I like that call.
I think he's saying McKinney.
Could see it.
I think it's almost guaranteed.
That'd be interesting. That'd be interesting for them to double up on the DBs there.
That's what they do.
It's true. Well, I mean, they had AJ. Well, they signed AJ Boye, but they also had Jalen Ramsey there.
Yep.
And then they had Sean Gibson. I feel like they had someone else back there for a while.
They've had quite a few.
Yeah. Poor Church.
Yeah,
Barry Church. Yeah.
Yep.
Poor Church.
No wonder why we forgot about him. He's 6 feet under now.
Yep.
Yeah.
He got buried by Quentin Nelson.
Yep. Never to be heard from again. That's his legacy. Jaguars taking their sweet old time, aren't they?
Yeah, no kidding. I was about to say.
They're doing rock, paper, scissors over McKinney and Murray. They're doing a shotgun chug contest to see two scouts
I'm
arguing.
kind of scared. I'm seeing Jordan Love as best available now. I'm getting kind of scared.
Are you surprised? After the draft, everyone said he was a lock to go top 10.
Yeah, I remember us talking about it. We were like, oh, we might have to trade up to get him maybe.
No, I told you, man, like I just didn't buy it. I just thought that was just post combine hype. Just at a sky high.
Well, I knew it.
High time.
Well, I knew he was going to get hype after the combine because it's like the first time people are actually going to see him throw.
But who's gonna? I mean, who with confidence is going to invest in a guy that threw 17 picks in the Mountain West or whatever he played in? I think it was a Mountain West.
I love when people talk about they're like, oh, Goodell's up. They go Kevlon Chason, the outside linebacker DN from LSU. Damn, now they got Josh Allen and Chason with Yannick Ngakoue.
Thank God Chris Ballard has Quentin Nelson and Anthony Costanzo.
And Braden Smith. Don't forget about Braden Smith.
I was just talking about that left side.
We've also got Jack Doyle.
Yep, he's essentially a 6 offensive lineman.
So they have to be moving on from Ngakoue here soon.
He just got into an argument with their GM.
Yeah, that was the greatest thing ever.
He kept calling him sir.
Did you see that, Law?
Like a Walmart manager. Sir, please.
I'm sorry. I was checking something out. What's up?
Did you see that between Yannick Ngakoue and that Khan kid from the Jaguars? They had like a Twitter dispute.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dear Lord.
Well, thankfully Chris Bauer doesn't have a Twitter, so, he wouldn't be able to, go at our management if he was traded here, so.
Is Justin Jefferson's time up here?
Yes,
Philly?
for sure.
The owner's son.
I think this is Justin Jefferson time.
This has to be Justin Jefferson time.
Who's on the board?
Philly.
Oh, yeah. He'd be a really good fit for that offense, too.
Then they'll cut Alshon Jeffrey and we'll pick him up later on in the offseason.
Then we're going to have Trey Burton throw a touchdown pass to Jacoby Brissett next year.
I just want someone to high throw Brissett like he did Luck a couple years ago.
I was getting ready to say, as long as he's not throwing passes to Phillip Rivers.
Yeah. Oh, man. Phillip Rivers would end up like that kid in Not Another Teen Movie. That's like an ancient film, but like that video where the kid gets like cut in half. That was literally That would literally be Phillip Rivers if Brissett was throwing him the ball.
We could definitely see a run of receivers here, a big run. We keep saying that, but
I'm seeing pass
Philly
rush
needs
now.
that too. Philly needs a receiver. Minnesota needs a receiver. New England needs a receiver. New Orleans needs a receiver.
I think pass rushers haven't really been hit too hard, and most of my mocks, I've seen a lot of pass rushers come off the board late first round.
Yep.
I'm trying to figure out how Doug Marrone is still the head coach of the Jaguars.
And it's a top heavy pass rush draft. So I think that's a real good call to see some teams try to take a stab at one of the premier talents because there's not too much pure pass rushers in here in this.
Well, the Eagles pick is in. It should be Justin Jefferson, hopefully.
Actually, I like the Brandon Ayuk call for Minnesota Trailers. That'd be a good way to replace Diggs.
Yep.
To Minnesota, he's saying, not to Philly. Yeah.
To Minnesota, yeah.
Yeah.
Or Mims.
Don't say that. He is going to be there at 34.
I would sure hope so.
So they're showing the Eagles depth chart, so they're probably going to go receiver here.
Well, I'm sure they targeted Lamb before he got taken.
Oh, yeah. They were probably punching air when Lamb went to the Cowboys.
He probably called it too. That's probably why Jones made that pick, because he's just that type of guy. And he didn't have – you see the story? He didn't want any of the scouts bothering him during the draft.
Yeah. It's like, Jerry, make the smart pick here. Take a safety. I want to take the receiver.
How is Dak going to be an MVP if he doesn't have 2 all-pro receivers?
We're at that spot now, though.
That's what I was about to ask you guys. Let's say we get to 34 tomorrow, and Denzel Mims and Jordan Love are there. You guys pull a trigger on Jordan Love?
Yep.
That would tear my heart apart.
Me too, but only because of he's got 2 quarterbacks sitting in front of him so that he could sit back the entire year and learn.
Yep.
That'd be the only reason. I would not want Love to take snaps in his first season at all. I want him to sit back and learn playbooks and everything.
Yep.
Work on quarterbacks. Yeah, everything.
The one thing I would absolutely enjoy if we take a quarterback here, especially like at 34, is, what if Jordan Love, is that guy and he ends up, killing it in the preseason compared to like Phillip Rivers or Jacoby Brissett, and everyone's like, oh, why don't we just bench Rivers and start Jordan Love?
Because Chris Ballard won't care.
Yeah, I'm just ready for the fans to do that.
Because they're not the head coach or the GM. That's why it wouldn't happen. Because they're smarter than that. Here's a little something. What if Jordan Love is there 34 and he's not picked? How many fans would be like going nuts?
I'll be shocked.
I would be a little shocked, but then let me pull up the next 10 picks after that real fast. But I don't think there's a team necessarily from 34 to 44 that would need a quarterback. So you got the Lions there at 35, maybe. You've got the Giants, Chargers, Panthers, Dolphins, Texans, Browns, Jaguars, maybe. Then you got the Bears and the Colts. So you've got maybe 2 teams there in Detroit and Jacksonville that maybe would take a quarterback.
Chicago could. Yeah.
And then at that point, it's open season on trade ups as well. I mean, it's a lot easier to trade up after day 1 than it is for day 2 or 3. If they don't have
the Eagles pick is on. Sorry.
Go ahead.
What? They went Jalen Reagor. They didn't go Justin Jefferson. Wow, that's a bit of surprise.
Speed
is there.
And more speed with Jalen.
Oh, man, if Justin Jefferson is there at 34. Wow. Well, you're that far behind?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm worlds behind you, man. I'm hearing through your headset. I might as well just turn this off. I just like the visuals to look at. Wow.
Wow.
If they take Brandon
They-
Ayuk, that would be extremely interesting for Minnesota, especially with Jefferson
Still on the board.
and Mims still on the board.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Monte Rager.
Yep.
Man, was so sad. I kind of wanted Jalen at like 34 or 44.
Oh yeah, I liked him a lot.
I didn't think he would be the perfect fit, but I would have really loved him. Oh damn, he hit him with that stutter move there. Watch against Oklahoma State, he's gonna hit this dude with the stutter move. It's great.
That would be interesting, Shrayless, if the Texans pick Jordan Love and then Bill O'Brien trades Deshaun Watson.
To the Colts, yeah.
Oh, he would never go to the Colts.
That's the worst part about being in this division. We can't be a part of the Texans dumpster fire sale.
Exactly.
That's the saddest part about it.
Yep. Unless Bill O'Brien is absolutely trying to get fired.
Why would you do that? You would hope that in Jordan Love's best case scenario, he turns out to be Deshaun Watson. That would be like your dream that he turns into Deshaun Watson. I don't know why he in any realm would he do that. But we know who we're talking about. If you go to AFC South pages on Facebook or social media, they defended this guy tooth and nail all year last year. And all
Not defend him as much now.
They got rid of their favorite player.
And didn't even get a first-round pick. It's insane.
And they traded for a running back that's injured all the time. And they got
out of shape and overpaid.
And they already had two good running backs anyhow in the backfield.
They don't know what they're doing.
And they're going to take a running back. And guess what? They're going to take a running back at 40. They're going to play 4 running backs at all times. They're going to run the wing T. They're changing things up.
They're going to have 3 running backs, yeah.
Hey, we complained about Ryan Grigson, man. He didn't burn down Andrew Luck's prime like this.
Yeah, Bill O'Brien's like, hold my beer, Ryan Grigson.
This is a record.
Watch this. So the Vikings pick is in. You guys think it's a receiver here?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they could take a receiver at 26. I think it is their other pick.
Yeah, they could take a receiver there. Or, there's still some good quality defenders on the board also. I'm still surprised Murray's on the board.
That could be a pick. That could be the pick here. I don't know what their linebacker depth is, but I know they've got Michael Kendrick, I think it is, or whatever his name is.
They still have Barr,
Kendrick.
right?
Yeah, they got Anthony Barr, and they've got Kendricks.
Yep.
So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do with their 2 first-rounders right now.
They cut Rhodes also, so obviously.
Yeah, they could go corner too. There has been that run.
I mean, but really all they have is Thielen, so I think they would be really well off to draft another guy to go next to him.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Hell, they might even. I would not rule out them taking 2 receivers.
But then again, you're right about the cornerback spot. You know, I mean, they don't have their best corner anymore.
Yep.
Well, let's be honest. He wasn't their best corner the last 2 years.
Oh, it's because he's been hurt.
It's true. If he turns into an All-Pro again this year, I'm going to be so happy because I have defended Xavier Rhodes to the fullest, and people will laugh at me.
I think he has a chance to be solid this year.
He still has really good instincts.
Oh yeah.
So
the Vikings pick is in, and the Patriots are trading.
The Vikings?
What? The Vikings pick is in right now, and the Patriots are trading their pick.
Wow.
And this is the range right here for Jordan Love. And also Patriots news, David Andrews, their center, who missed all of 2019 with blood clots in his lungs, announced that he's been cleared to return to football. I thought he was retiring. Sorry.
Oh, that would have been crazy.
Welcome to the stream on YouTube, Ming the Poet. And we've talked about the Jordan Love quite a bit already. He says he hopes that Love falls.
Well, we don't know who the Patriots are trading with right now, but I mean that could probably be the pick right here is Jordan Love.
That's true. Oh yeah, Rhodes is better than Quincy Wilson. There's no
Oh, that's
question
easy.
about that.
Oh, Sorry, I looked at it wrong. So the Chargers and Patriots made a trade. The Chargers move up from 37 to 23 and also give up the 71st
They're
overall
getting
pick.
love.
For the Chargers?
How about to say timeout? Didn't they just take Justin Herbert?
Well,
That'd be crazy.
that way you got two quarterbacks. And
Yeah,
if
there you go.
strike out on one of them.
They're
You
watching.
strike out
tape.
both of them, you're fired.
You're right.
That's all 3 strikes right there for you. Wow, that's it. That's huge because really it leaves New Orleans as the only natural team left. That's
Ballard
really
knew it all along. He knew the Patriots were going to trade out. That's a good trade for the Patriots to move back
huge.
14 spots, and you add an additional second round or an additional third rounder.
Where'd they go to?
23. They went from 23 to 37.
Oh, so they're behind the Colts now.
Yeah, twice.
Yep. Wow, that's a huge team off the board. I didn't really know if they were going to be willing to invest a first round pick anyway.
I'm mad. I thought they were going to take Udor Gross or AJ Espinoza right there.
Maybe they still will. Maybe he'll slide.
It's possible.
If he's there at 44, I wouldn't mind the Colts taking him.
No.
I really wouldn't. Because I think he's a solid player. And that's a guy, we kind of first started really talking about once we got the free agency.
A lot like that Jabal Sheard type role.
Yeah, we talked about it a little earlier. I would also not rule out Al-Qadim Muhammad to play that run-setting edge, but I like Ben Bannigan at that spot more.
Man, I'm gonna tell you what. I do not like Al-Qadim Muhammad.
Jake doesn't either.
Hey, man,
I watched that film. Yes, he had some splash plays over the last couple years.
Man,
but man, he gets trapped on that line so easy.
Nothing made me more mad than them putting Muhammad at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Completely
over Duray and Bannigan.
Completely overmatched. Just it was brutal.
So the Vikings pick is in, and Roger Goodell's up. I don't know what. Oh, he's doing the skull chant, and he's doing it completely wrong. This is why we boo you, Goodell. If they don't take Justin Jefferson here.
So the Chargers must have traded up.
Yep.
For what?
Justin Jefferson, wide receiver, LSU to the Minnesota Vikings.
Wow.
Man, Justin Jefferson
move.
alongside Adam Thielen's gonna be nice.
Well, I said that
10-6. They'll be 10-6 again.
I did call that. I knew that they would get Diggs as a replacement here.
Yeah.
I think his junior year of high school, he grew 6 inches. That's insane.
Wow, crazy.
So we got the Chargers now on the clock. Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see what they go with here.
They traded up to get whatever it is, so they're obviously
14 picks. That's pretty big. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a massive trade.
And he give up the third rounder.
It has to be offensive line here, right? That offensive line here was awful. You still got a couple premier offensive tackles on the board. There's not really much else that makes sense because you have Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, and even still, do you trade up all that for a receiver after Jefferson's off the board? I don't think so.
Yeah, it probably has to be offensive line. I want to see what's on the board here real fast. This draft has been a whole lot more interesting, even though the Colts aren't making a pick tonight, probably.
Maybe.
I don't know, man. I think the Chargers could use a linebacker. Sit him behind Bosa? Oh, my.
I think all they got is Drew Tranquil, if I'm being – that's the only person I know at linebacker for them.
Or they could grab a safety to sit beside James.
That's true. I could do that. I was thinking about that just a second ago. I need to pull up their linebacker depth. Their pick is in now, so we'll see here in just a minute.
But they obviously had their eye on somebody to move up that far.
Sorry about that. I had to make an essential trip. Had to go get a can of paint from Lowe's.
Oh,
back now.
that's not essential.
I'm back now. If you don't know, Sam works at Lowe's and sells paint, and that's a very sensitive topic for Sam.
So they've got Nick Vigil, I guess that's his name, Denzel Perry, Kaiser White, and Malik Jefferson, Drew Tranquil. That's about it. I thought they ran a 3-4 defense. I guess they switched to a 4-3 recently.
They could upgrade their linebackers, definitely.
They really could, so maybe Kenneth Murray is the pick here.
I mean, remember, Marlon Mack, week 1, ran all over them.
Yep.
And you're going to need linebackers in that division with, the Chiefs running around with all their speed, and then they've got, the Raiders, they've got Josh Jacobs, and then the Broncos got the 2 running backs there.
Yep.
I can't believe they picked up a 3rd-round pick and moved only back 14 picks.
Hey, that's like a 1st-round type of premium, though.
All right, I have to visit the Louvre.
So we'll see what the pick is here.
Patriots kind of had to go into the mode that the Colts went into when Chris Ballard first got here now, though. I mean, they really need to rebuild that roster, kind of a point that a lot of people aren't talking about, how depleted that roster is, a big reason why Brady left.
And they really haven't hit on their picks recently.
They've never been a great drafting team. I think they've done a really good job with trades and, some free agent signings, good bargain guys, but they've missed on a lot of early round picks.
So, great idea. How about just not even take a 1st-round pick?
There you go.
You can't miss on a 1st-round pick if you don't take one.
That's the logic, right?
Well, they just said something about Jordan Love, so
I'm sure they're.
We would be sweating bullets right now if the Chargers didn't take Justin Herbert at number 6.
Mm-hmm.
We'd be sweating bullets right now.
Yep.
They're showing Jordan Love. Oh my God, I'm scared. Are they gonna take 2 quarterbacks?
That would be crazy. If you took another quarterback, you might as well take Hurts, because at least Hurts you can bring in on packages to be a versatile player. Like, what are you going to do with Jordan Love?
So who'd they get?
Kenneth Murray, linebacker. Oklahoma.
There you go.
Dead on.
And I think
Was
that's
right.
I think that's the right trade you need to make, because I think Murray would have been gone there by the end of at the end of the 1st round.
They need to stop.
Ming the Poet asks if we think the Colts will trade up, and to be honest with you, I don't think Ballard will.
Yeah. Now I don't see it. I mean, I think New Orleans here will probably go either Patrick Queen or receiver like Denzel Mims. So I don't see it happening now. Especially because after the New Orleans, there's no team that needs a quarterback as of this draft order right now.
Maybe trade up to 31 for that 5th-year option, but that way you only give up a 5th, maybe 6th-round pick, get that 5th-year option on a cheap quarterback. But
Jake Carter doesn't like the pick.
For Murray?
Yeah, he said Chargers gave up 37 and 73 to draft a linebacker who struggles in coverage and doesn't know how to move backwards.
Yeah, I don't really like that pick for them either, especially with the trade up. I mean, in a vacuum, it's a solid pick, but I completely agree with them. The trade up, I thought for sure it would have been for an offensive tackle.
And then a lot of us follow Benjamin Albright. He said he would have taken Patrick Queen there instead of Kenneth Murray.
I could see that. I like Murray better, but it just depends on the need of what you have there.
So we got the Saints here. I mean, is it Patrick Queen? Are we going to get a run on linebackers here, or are we going to continue the receiver?
I don't think they need a receiver.
Yeah,
can you name me a solid receiver outside of Michael Thomas on that roster without looking him up?
Mm-hmm. The running back.
Actual wide receivers, though.
They could take a receiver. I think also too though with an aging quarterback, I think defense is always a great friend for him. You have a guy in Drew Brees that can really make things work with guys, receivers. I mean, maybe more value in taking a defensive player here.
Man, I really hope. I wish the second round would be tonight because Jordan Love's probably gonna be there at 34 now. It seems like so. We're gonna have to try to sleep on it. Like, oh my gosh, Jordan Love is there.
If he makes it to 30, if he makes it to 33, then you're really going to have to wonder if there's going to be a bidding war of teams that could trade up to 33, or if the Colts could be one of those teams to trade back for him. If there's another team that's higher on him than we are, if they offer us a really high amount of draft capital,
like a second and a third, probably like what the Patriots just got.
Yep. You would get that quarterback premium pick.
And like I've said, there's plenty of other options like Jake Fromm and Jalen Hurts and Jacob Eason there.
Yep.
If you don't like Love, I'm not trying not to do the puns tonight.
My only enamorment with Love is just the talent is so high, and you have a guy in Frank Love. You take the home run swing, and if you're going to take the home run swing, you want to do it with Frank Thomas, right? So Frank Reich's a real huge quarterback developer,
and that's why I think Frank Reich's probably going to have more say into the quarterback selection than what Chris Ballard will probably.
It's very possible. I mean, I think Chris Ballard will give him a lot of leeway in terms of who he wants at that position. I think he's really done a really good job of giving Frank Reich the reins on that side of the ball and not being too overbearing in who they bring in. I mean, talk about guys like Ebron and Devin Funchess, maybe not the type of character guys that Ballard would have brought in on his own, but those are guys that Frank Reich really pounded the table for, and Chris Ballard gave them an opportunity.
Kind of seems like his draft has been actually going fairly fast now, even though it's 11 o'clock at night. Been going solid 3 hours now.
Yep.
And we're in the last quarter of the draft now?
Yep.
Yeah, like what I said about Frank Reich, like he'll probably have the majority say. And I've talked about it, the quarterbacks that Frank Reich has worked or played for, like Jim Kelly, Andrew Luck, Peyton Manning, Carson Wentz, Nick Foles, all them guys, they're basically, pocket passers. That's why I really like Jacob Eason at 34 or 44, really.
Yeah, if we don't get Love, that's kind of my secondary guy if they decide to take one. But again, it's just me having so much faith in this coaching staff that they decide to not take one this year. I'm sure they'll target one next year, and you'll find similar type guys with a lot of talent and upside that they can mold. You got a guy, Trey Lance out of North Dakota State, Carson Wentz's old stopping grounds that a lot of people are really looking at for next year's draft, in the same mold as Jordan Love. And the thing with a guy like Love is I think guys with his skill set are going to become more and more common in drafts within the next 3 or 4 years. You already see a guy like Gordon. People don't talk about it a lot, but he does that kind of on the same level as Love, just those sidearm passes, platform, baseball throws. I just think that's going to be something that maybe won't be as coveted in the next 3 or 4 years, just because you're going to see more and more quarterbacks that can do that.
So the Saints pick is in, so we'll see here in just a minute. Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see what they go with here. If they don't go Mims here, I'll be very surprised though.
You're gonna shock the world and go Brandon Ayuk. No, they're probably gonna go. I think Mims is the best pick here.
Another team I could see taking a receiver is the Ravens.
Yep.
See, like you got the Baltimore Ravens, the Tennessee Titans, and Green Bay Packers. All three of those teams could really take a receiver there.
I don't know. I don't think the Titans need a receiver. They got Corey Davis and A.J. Brown.
I'm not a big believer in Corey Davis.
I think now that A.J. Brown is kind of taking the reins as their number one receiver, I think Corey can have a better breakout as a number two, not having to worry about the double teams. So that's just me.
Were teams doubling Corey Davis?
When they did double somebody, that's
I was about to say probably not often.
I was going to say, if your defensive strategy is to double Corey Davis, I'm questioning your skills as a defensive coordinator.
You need to put 12 in the box against Derrick Henry.
12.
Put Mike Tomlin on the sideline to trip him up just in case.
Another team that needs a receiver is the 49ers. They still haven't taken a receiver.
Yeah, they got Debo, and that's about it.
Yeah, we probably see a big run on receivers here coming up.
Louis Riddick is talking about linebackers right now, so that's probably who they're going to go with.
I wouldn't be surprised. Again, you know, with an aging quarterback, you can make things work with receivers. You know, with a veteran like Breeze, I think getting defensive talent would be a lot better for them. Kind of give him a little more breathing room on the other side of the ball.
And remember, they're not out of the luck thing or the love thing either. So
No, this was one of those sleeper picks that people were kind of. I think they're going to be more in win now mode though.
So, who they go? What? I didn't hear. I'm sorry. Oh, Cesar Luis, the center guard out of Michigan.
Wow.
To the Saints. That's actually a pretty big shock there.
Yeah,
Not a receiver or a linebacker. Wow. That's kind of a surprise.
It's amazing how many teams have picked multiple times in the draft.
So yeah, far. I know.
I feel like I keep seeing the same 5 teams.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm going to go take my contacts out real fast, so hopefully Minnesota doesn't make this next pick.
I agree with you, Star Fox 87, WTF.
Shock.
Yeah. Who's on the board next?
The Minnesota Vikings are the team that is on the board now. So they took Justin Jefferson. Maybe now they look at a defensive pick.
That's possible.
They need help on all 3 levels. Lost a couple defensive linemen.
Lost a cornerback.
Linebacker core is a little thin.
Who do they have running the football now?
Dalvin Cook is their guy now.
That's right.
He had a real breakout season last year.
Yes, he did.
I think they're good on offense, you know. You still have McKinney on the board. You still have Murray on the board. Still some real blue chip defensive players. So probably was a good deal to take Justin Jefferson when they did, and now can grab one of those linebackers or corner or safety. I mean,
yeah, they could get a safety, but I would. And man, so many corners have already came off the board. I feel like they'd be reaching a little for a corner now at this point. Maybe they trade back.
Could be. I think if you took a guy like Johnson here, I think that would be a decent pick with the value.
I always had Jalen as a second-round talent, though. But,
yeah.
I mean, we're getting into that close spot, so.
Gray area.
Yeah.
I left for 2 minutes, and you mean to tell me we didn't trade up to take Jordan Love yet?
You didn't get – you weren't the lucky draw there.
Dang.
You think Swift will go to Miami, huh?
Well, someone mentioned it earlier about the Dolphins probably taking a running back with one of their 3 picks.
I think the Bills need to get themselves another running back, too.
I don't think Buffalo's a first-round pick. Because remember, they traded for Diggs.
Yep.
But, yeah, I could see Miami taking a running back here. It'd be interesting to see which one, though. So, Minnesota's trading the pick to the 49ers. So, the 49ers have moved up 6 spots.
Okay. Man, 49ers are moving.
Oh, Well, there goes the wide receiver.
Hey, I was about to say that's a wide receiver off the board.
Yep. Mims.
Which one? Is it Mims? Is it Ayuk?
I don't know. I feel like Ayuk's going to be like a shock pick at some point here really soon and leapfrog one of those guys.
Right now.
I don't know if it's Mims, though.
Debo's kind of the fast guy. They need a sure-handed guy. It could be Higgins.
Man, that would be
snap.
crazy.
I couldn't hear it all. Dang.
That would be a shocking pick, but yeah, it's
They're talking about a wide receiver possibly right here to the 49ers at 25, so we'll see.
Well,
Really-
yeah, everybody knows it's probably a wide receiver.
Miami picking for the 5th time coming up here.
Well, that's what happens when you trade your entire team away the year before.
The Colts did it wrong. They should have traded all those guys before this 2011 season.
And if they moved up, then I wonder what they gave up because, they don't have a whole lot of picks as is.
Man, if the Colts want to go receiver, though, they're going to have some good picks at 34 if that's the route they want to go. Depending on what Seattle does, Miami, they took one.
Ooh, what if they grab Chenault?
Yeah, he's a wild card.
Yeah.
So the 49ers trade 31, 117, and 176. So they have – I'm trying to think here. They now have probably 2 picks now?
They
6th
traded
and
their
7th
third
rounder?
and their fourth.
Yeah, it looks like it.
The fourth that they got from the trade earlier.
So if you look at some people have linked the Colts and the Seahawks as trade partners, that would be a similar package. You would be looking at probably your 3rd and 4th.
So here's the pick for the 49ers. Come on, Goodell, hurry up. Brandon Ayuk, there it is.
Wow. I just felt like he was going to jump people he's just one of those athletic freaks that I think teams are going to drool over, kind of like Chenault.
I agree, Shrayless. I don't want Chenault. I don't see him
I'm
as
not
a
a big
Hayward
believer in
Bay.
Chanel either.
I see him as a gadget guy.
Like Paris Campbell.
Kinda, yeah. Only instead of using like super speed and agility, he uses power to get those yards after catch.
Exactly.
So
That's exactly how I viewed him. I just never saw him as a real quality starting outside receiver on a down-to-down basis.
now, don't get me wrong. On the right team, the kid could end up being a Pro Bowler in the right situation. But I just don't see him being that with the Colts right now.
The Colts don't really, Frank Reich gets a lot of has a real reputation as a creative coach, but it's a lot more in a traditional way. He uses his scheme and intelligence to open things up more so than where Matt Nagy is really that gadget type of coach. Frank Reich's just not really. That's my hang up with Hurts is it's just he's not really a gadget type coach that will utilize those kind of out of the box skill sets too much.
Yeah, he's not a gadget guy kind of guy. Philly special.
Yeah,
that wasn't completely right, but we're not seeing offensive linemen play tight end and catch a touchdown.
Yeah,
we're not seeing wildcat stuff from the running backs.
You're not seeing your backup quarterback coming in to play every position other than quarterback.
Yeah. Well, exactly. He will this year. Remember?
Yeah,
they're going to get Brissett in there every play. They're going to wear his body out as their 5th receiver and then ship him off somewhere.
Trade him to the Patriots for a 5th round pick.
Oh,
You know who's someone I'm really surprised that is still on the board is Xavier McKinney.
Oh, yeah.
Man. Good pick.
That could be the pick here. I think that could be the pick here.
Yep.
Yeah, I've been preaching that the whole time, Shrayless. Campbell and Hines is our best gadget players.
Yep. And that's really, I think, about the limits of the type of gadget player you want.
Yep.
How about the 49ers saying we want more picks and are willing to trade our picks, and then they end up trading up in the 1st round?
Hey, when you find a guy you like, you find a guy you like.
And they wanted speed, apparently, so they got
it. They probably weren't going to – they probably didn't feel great about IU coming or falling to them. Now the Saints can load up on even more picks if they want to trade back with the Colts.
I just can't believe that they took him over Mims.
Man, me neither.
They probably don't want those big receivers in that zone run scheme offense.
But
Maybe they
Mims
want
has
the
got
faster guy.
Mims has got speed too, though.
Yeah.
He's a 4.3 guy. Come on.
Mims is just a really all-around player. I think that might be why he's dropping, though, too. He's not really superb at anything, but I see him as a really well-rounded receiver.
I mean, he blew up. Mims blew up the combine in every athletic category there was. He was top 3 in everything.
Yep. So then Chris Ballard is going to have to draft Love at 34 and trade up to 35 for Mims then. It's going to be the play.
Them's the rules. That's what we're just going to have to do. I want to – it says – oh, there we go. I was about to say it kept saying that Miami's on the clock, so they've got 4 minutes left on their pick.
Okay.
I think they can go running back. I don't know if they would go three offensive players.
You got to take McKinney.
What was that?
You got to take I think they either take McKinney or a guy like Jeremy Chin here.
Yeah. I was going to say they're going to have to go defense eventually.
With Miami, you can't go wrong at this point going BPA the rest of the draft.
Yeah, that's true.
It's very true, yeah. Because you've got your cornerstones now in Tua and your tackle, Austin Jackson.
I think they did really good so far with these picks. Didn't overthink it, did the smart thing.
And they could even trade back too. I think that's probably where we're going to hit at with everything, with every pick here.
They might take another offensive lineman.
That would be insane.
Shouldn't be off the board for them, like Law said. I mean, really, it's open season for them. They need everything.
This is like when you trade all your good players on Madden, and you're just like picking the best available player at every position. Because you got like hundreds of picks.
Yep.
Well, I mean, Miami had 14 picks, 10 of them in the first 5 rounds. Come on.
Denzel Mims would be an explosive receiver for Tua, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, they have one really good receiver. So, which I'm surprised they didn't trade him off as well.
That would have at least been a second-round pick. What are you guys doing? We could have got pick number 45 for that guy.
Colts Twitter is absolutely in shambles right now, talking about Jordan Love.
Oh, without question. I already knew it.
I just think at this juncture, you have to know that Chris Ballard is not going to do anything that he's not comfortable doing, or cater to the fan base at any juncture.
Oh, he's not going to cater to the fan base
at any point. He doesn't care. I mean, like he cares. He wants to put a good product on the field, but he's not going to cave to any fan pressure. Nope. He's not going to do what the fans want. If he doesn't want to trade up for Jordan Love, he's not going to do it.
That's now 6 receivers off the board, though.
Yeah,
6 receivers and 5 offensive tackles.
Receiver and tackle was considered probably the best 2 groupings in this class, and quarterback was deep too, but
not a whole lot of teams need a quarterback.
There's and that's why that was another reason why I questioned, if Jordan Love was going to go high. You already have solid veterans that don't have jobs. It just seems like there's not enough positions for these guys.
Ooh,
I mean, Cam can't even find a job right now.
Yep.
Well, Cam can't get a job right now because he can't go in and do workouts for teams.
That's because he's hurt too.
Yeah, because he came off that shoulder surgery last season, and then in preseason he got his ankle rolled over real bad. So that's the only reason Cam Newton does not have a job right now.
But
could the Miami Dolphins go Patrick Queen here too? Best linebacker.
They could go anything. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised with anything unless it's Jordan Love.
Well, they've got 40 seconds to make their pick, according to ESPN. So we'll see here.
Watch them pull a boneheaded move and take a guy like Swift.
I forgot that Miami had Preston Williams to go with Devontae Parker. Preston Williams actually showed me some impressive wide receiver abilities last season. So
I forgot about him completely. So Dolphins traded their pick?
Yeah. Oh, Green Bay's on the clock, and Jordan Love. Oh, there goes Jordan Love. Probably Jordan Love's got the
Wow.
headset on now.
Wow. There he goes. Damn.
Well, that's the way to do it. Get your backup. If you're going to grab him, you make sure you got someone that can teach him. I mean, that's what happened with Rodgers in the first place, right? He sat behind Favre.
Yep.
So they're just going to continue that whole situation
Yep.
that happened previously.
Yep.
So Green Bay's giving up their 4th round pick and 30th overall to move up to 26.
Wow.
That's now 2 picks in these. Well, that's actually what 3 trades we've had in these last 5 picks.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking Cole Kmet. Maybe it's Cole Kmet.
Oh,
Imagine
God, that's a little early for.
I'm about to say, imagine them reaching on that.
For the Packers?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
No, Love had the headset on.
Yeah, but they're really talking about Cole Kmet right now.
That would be weird. You
That'd be
don't have to trade up for Cole Kmet.
Not at that. No.
Let me dream, okay? It's probably gonna be Jordan Love.
No, it's.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me being biased because I'm a Colts fan, but I don't love this fit for Jordan Love. Honestly, I'm not real sold on Matt LaFleur. I think there were other options that would.
All right, here it is. Here it is, Goodell. All of us Colts fans are sweating bullets right now.
This would be weird.
Hold my breath. Jordan Love's the guy, and he's gone.
He gone.
And
Dang.
now Colts Twitter has blowing up like crazy. They're all probably ticked off that Ballard didn't trade up.
Yeah, I was about to tweet. Why didn't we trade up for him?
I told you I didn't.
You know what that is, right, Jake?
Trade up.
Jake, you know what that means, right?
It's
Eason season.
Eason
Eason season.
The bias is in full effect now.
I hope we don't use our 34 on him.
Oh no,
We can get him at 44 easily.
I would imagine so. Wow, I just don't love this fit for Jordan.
I don't know why they traded up for him. That's the thing. I don't see why they would have to. It's only 4 picks you're moving up.
Really
and you get 5 years maybe of Aaron Rodgers still?
They may have been afraid of that Seahawks Colts trade connection. Ed Dodds came over here from Seattle, so
yeah,
there may have been we talk about that fear getting struck into teams.
I still say there's a darn good chance Indy does not select a quarterback at all.
Yep. Wow, the trade for him is crazy.
I'm not surprised that Green Bay got him.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I thought they could have took him at 30.
I was surprised at the trade up.
So we've got 4 quarterbacks, six receivers, and 5 tackles. You tell me what premium positions are in the NFL.
Yep. Man, that would be interesting to watch him develop in Green Bay, though. I just felt like it would have been great for him to go to a little more of a seasoned coach team, a little more of a seasoned head coach, proven head coach. I don't know if Rodgers is going to be a guy that really embraces him as a backup and helps him develop the way a guy like Rivers.
Well, how much more longer does Aaron Rodgers have? If he's got 4 or 5 years, then
you trade him?
I don't know why you would trade him.
Well, exactly. So I mean, you're basically gambling that Rodgers is going to be done in 2 years.
His contract's probably got to be up here in the next year or two. That might be it.
And then what, did they just let him walk?
Yeah, probably.
That would be crazy.
I mean, they let Brett Favre walk, so
yeah,
traded him.
Rodgers is breaking down too. Rodgers is breaking down.
You would have thought though they would have went receiver or defense there to help Rodgers at least make one push for the playoffs. Oh, and Aaron Rodgers is on Pat McAfee's live stream right now too.
Ooh.
Oh man.
I don't think Seattle's going wide receiver. They got
offensive line or edge. That's what
they
I'm
got
thinking.
Metcalf. They got Tyler Lockett. They just went out and grabbed up Dorsett, and they've got David Moore. I don't see him going after any kind of wide receiver.
You guys have never watched the Seahawks play, have you? They are going running back.
That's what Carter says. Yeah. Okay, August 2018. Rodgers signs a game-changing contract. Oh, sorry. Give me a second.
You don't think
Wait, why didn't I
Rashad-
just why didn't I just go to over the cap? Wow, why am I overthinking this right now? It is late for me, and I am getting sleepy.
Oh no, I thought Rashad Penny and Chris Carson did okay as a
Oh,
1-2
yeah.
hit.
It was just a joke. They love to draft receivers. They love
See, now
running.
they're interviewing Jordan Love, but they didn't interview really anyone else. Yeah, so Aaron Rodgers' contract goes through 2023. So that's what, four years?
Yeah.
They're going D-line. Blacklock comes off here.
Oh man, that's a good call.
Yeah, that's a really
like
good pick.
that.
Yeah, I don't know why you would. I just don't know why you would trade up for Love there.
Yeah, that was their. I think that's just a young hotshot coach wanting to get his quarterback, and they didn't want to risk losing him. That was the.
You're literally going to have to use Jordan Love's fifth-year option just to get him under center for his first year.
That's what I'm saying. It's a weird fit for him.
And
I mean, you don't hate it for the Packers, but I think for Jordan Love, you probably would have had some situations you would rather have went to.
And I don't think, for Shrela saying tight end, I don't think they'll go after one either because they did grab Greg Olsen. Yes, he's old, but I think they grabbed him to help Jacob Hollister, who played very good last season.
They had someone else, too. I feel like they had someone else.
Oh, you're probably thinking Luke Wilson, but that's not.
I feel like they had someone else, though, that got hurt at the beginning of the year.
Jordan, congratulations.
Was it Will Disley?
Probably. Yes, it was. So you got Will Disley there, you got Greg Olsen, you got Luke Wilson, and you got the other guy, Jacob Hollister.
Hollister, yeah. I really like Hollister, too.
So Seattle's pick is in here.
Hollister's kind of reminds me a little bit of Jack Doyle, actually, the way he plays.
So here's something interesting. If Aaron Rodgers sucks in the year of 2022, they can cut him in 2023 and save $2 million. His dead cap's only $2 million, and they save $25 million.
Yeah.
Holy crap!
You want to know how much they have in dead cap if they cut him right now?
Probably like $30 million or something.
No, they would save $30 million, but they would be dead capped at. They'd have $50 million in dead cap.
Oh my!
That's even more than he said.
Yeah.
Wow.
The following year, in 2021, they'd have $30 million in dead money. So I think Seattle's about to come on, or is about to make the pick here, but that kind of sucks, man. I mean, I was really hoping that Jordan Love was going to fall to us at 34.
I mean, they don't have Clowney back. I think they need a defensive lineman. They had issues against the run last season. The Niners ran all over them. So I think defensive line here is a good pick.
Especially when you don't know if you're going to get Jadeveon Clowney back.
Yep. Espinoza could fill that Clowney type role.
Yep.
Yeah, he could.
And Espinoza could go here, 28 to Baltimore here too.
Yeah.
We're talking offensive tackles, so they go offense. I don't know about their offensive tackles, but
Mingo the poet says, "Message retracted."
I don't think it was really realistic to think he was going to go to 34. Somebody was going to trade up for him, just depending on if it was the Colts or not.
I don't. He says that the Jordan Love pick hurt. Now, I think that it hurt the fans, but I don't think Ballard wanted him. If he wanted him, he would have went after him. And I don't think he wanted him.
I think it was just where their draft slot was. I just don't think they were comfortable with him at 13. I think it was more that than just they don't like him as a player.
Especially at 13, you're really pushing for him to like start right away or be a franchise level quarterback.
He kind of threw that nugget in about putting pressure on a guy. I think that really kind of sticks with me is like he didn't want to invest that type of pick on one of these developmental guys, which Jordan Love would have been.
Oh,
And
yeah.
if he may have been high on Jordan Love, but again, I don't think he was that high that 13. And even before they made the trade, I really questioned if Jordan Love was really worth it at pick 13 when you had a lot more high ceiling, high floor players that, were potentially high quality starters in year 1 or 2. Whereas Jordan Love, you would sit for at least 2 years. So I think if he was available at 34, they may have been a shot that we would have taken him. But I don't think that they were willing to pull the trigger on him at that juncture.
I was already thinking of I hope never mind. Goodell's up. Let's see what Seattle does here.
Blacklock or as you say,
Marlon Davidson, maybe.
Davidson. I don't know. I think I'd rather have Blacklock.
They go Jordan Brooks, inside linebacker out of Texas Tech.
Well, that's a run stopper. Well, that's all I was thinking. They needed help against the run.
Yep.
So maybe they think they're going to get Clowney back.
I mean, he's still on the board, and Clowney has dropped his
His asking price.
Clowney's dropped his asking price, so we'll see.
Jake, you know what? Denzel Mims is still available.
Yep. Denzel Mims, Josh Jones,
And Higgins.
Yeah, there's quite a few. Jeremy Chinn's still on the board too. He's one of my favorite guys.
So we got Baltimore here. I think they can go linebacker or receiver like what the Saints could have done.
They might do something weird and go running back.
That's a need too. You need someone behind Mark Ingram.
They do. They have a running back behind Mark Ingram.
Lamar Jackson.
No. I got to remember who it was. Hold on. They have someone they like at running back behind Mark Ingram.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. I can't remember.
Edmonds. It's Chris Edmonds, Trey Edmonds.
Something like that.
Jake, I'm sending you one of Carter's tweets. You got to check it out real fast.
All
if
right.
you're near your phone. It's great.
It's somewhere around here. I've lost everything around me. I've been sucked into the screen.
My other sportscaster guy is going to yell at me, Joe, because he covers the Ravens, and he's going to be so mad that I don't remember.
So Adam Schefter puts, and by trading up to draft Jordan Love, the Green Bay Packers put 36-year-old Aaron Rodgers on the clock. I wonder if he's hinting at a trade.
They got Justice Hill.
That would be weird.
And Gus Edwards.
He's not ready to start.
No.
At all. That's weird that he put that.
I forgot Miami still got selected 30 again.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Jay Davis. Expect a third or fourth round pick to really be a big deal for the Colts because that's where Ballard really likes to find his gems.
Yep.
And if they're going to trade, I wouldn't be surprised if they get a fourth round pick in that deal, in any deal.
Yep. A lot of good value when you guys did those mocks. I'm sure you saw the value in those third to fourth round ranges.
Mm-hmm.
And Ballard typically hits on those fourth rounders. Like those
That's
are starter quality players.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Anthony Walker, Marlon Mack, Jordan Wilkins, Naheem Hines. I think maybe Wilkins is a fifth rounder. I mean,
So was Walker, fifth rounder.
Okay.
Still those middle rounds.
Yeah, that's the middle rounds where he loves to grab really good
And my guy, Corey
players.
Willis.
Kari Willis in the fourth.
I still remember when we got him, I'm like, and I went and looked at the little film, and I'm like, this guy's probably end up starting for us by halfway through the year, at least.
Man, I love the idea of having him and Hooker back there protecting the safeties with the pass rush we have.
Who's Hooker?
Oh my!
Who's Hooker? Isn't he supposed to be traded soon?
Huh? No, teams are called to ask. They weren't. they weren't making inquiries on trading Hooker. They were
Yeah, I don't
accepting
really.
calls
Yeah,
about
especially
it though.
when I saw them when I saw the reports on that, I'm like, yeah, they're not actually trading him. He's just available for trade talks.
Yeah,
Yep.
no way. No way.
Nope.
I just want to know if people were asking for a trade for him, like over the last couple of years or so, or maybe they just saw his first full year of healthy ball and they're like, oh, this guy's actually really good.
Maybe. I mean, still young with a lot of talent. So, I mean, had a couple injury bumps, but I don't think anything really teams would get scared away from when they call to talk about him. I think it's more so just the fit of him with Chris Ballard's system. I mean, admittedly, he did look a lot better under Chuck Pagano's system than he has with Ballard.
Well, with this system with Matt Eberflus, especially this past year specifically, he played more up on the line of scrimmage than he did in the other years.
That's why I'm big on Chin. I feel like that could be a guy they target to kind of replace him in that role because they put him so much in the box, but he played up more, like you said.
Yeah.
And I think a guy like Jeremy Chin is much more adept at doing that. He has that size and speed blend that they look at, solid tackler, high motor. I think that if they draft him, it would be really to kind of fill what Hooker's doing now. And while you still have Hooker, you can use him in a lot of sub packages as well.
Well, I think Kari Willis is solid at all of that. I think he's got great athleticism. He takes pretty good angles.
Yep.
And he's a solid tackler. I think Kari's going to fill that strong safety spot really, really well. I think that Hooker just needs to get healthy and stay healthy.
Yep.
That's his problem.
The defensive line boost will help him a lot too. A lot more instinctive type plays for him. Mm-hmm. They're going to be able to bait that quarterback, not going to be able to sit there and pick him apart and trick him with their eyes. I think it's going to help.
Because the quarterbacks will have to get rid of the ball quickly on first or second read and like you say, not bait somebody. He'll just be able, like you say, react, go, make a play.
So Baltimore's pick is in, and we've got, I think we're going to Roger Goodell. Who are they showing? Antonio Winfield Jr., the safety out of Minnesota. Could they go with safety? I don't know who their safeties are right now on their roster.
Well, they just had, I think Eric Weddle just retired, right?
Yeah. They've also showed Grant Delpit out of LSU.
Man.
Delpit's good. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a good pick for them. No matter how the end of this first round shakes out, the Colts are going to have some real good players available at 34.
Diggs is good.
Yep.
It's interesting, though, that these people are not practicing social distancing and staying at least 6 feet away from each other.
Yikes.
Marvell Tell gets lost in our defensive back group, Trailus, because of
Tell. Love him.
I do. But he still has a lot of work. He's quick and he's instinctual.
People forget he's going from safety to corner.
Yeah.
It's the first time he's ever played corner before.
So he needs a little time to kind of shine up a little bit. That's why they went out and got Xavier Rhodes. That's why they went out and got TJ Carey to go with Moore and Sin. So
yeah, Tell is not going to be a slot corner probably at any point of his career.
I think TJ Carey could be a very solid.
He's filling that role in Milligan role. I think backup slot corner. Mm-hmm. Here's Goodell. But yeah, I think what Ballard's trying to do with the defense is build like a Seattle-like big physical corners to play the zone defense. So that's what they'll probably have in Yasin and Tell probably next year with Kenny Moore in the middle. So let's see what Baltimore does here. Patrick Queen, linebacker. Great pick. That's a great pick. Patrick Queen, linebacker from LSU.
Congratulations.
Why does it seem like Baltimore always gets great linebackers?
Yep.
It only feels that way because they have possibly the best one in history.
Ray Lewis. Then they got CJ Mosley for a while. Now they got Patrick Queen. So now the Tennessee Titans are on the clock. Never would have thought they had been picking at 29 in my lifetime.
This is another place where big nose tackle could come off the board, Davidson or Blacklock, because of
Do not mock them another defensive lineman. They've already got Jeffrey Simmons.
Yes, but they just
my life's
lost
already hard
Jarrell
enough.
Casey.
Man, I think he's just saying that out of fear of what they could be. Jeffrey Simmons
Jeffrey
really
Simmons is
came
a
on.
freaking beast, man.
He was one of my draft crushes last year. I was devastated when he got picked.
Yeah, man.
But
Tennessee got Jeffrey Simmons and AJ Brown. Those are like
Those
two
were
of
two
my
of my
bigger
favorites.
needs.
Yes.
Yeah,
They drafted my favorite players on all the same team.
I almost
love-
secretly became a Titans fan.
I was hammering the boards for AJ Brown last year for the Colts, man.
I loved him.
I mean, Tennessee right here, they can go very much. They could very much go edge.
I know, Trailus, you said that multiple times that he was the only person yelling for the Colts to take Leonard 2 years ago.
Good call, man.
And he was. The
Why
only
you not?
person
Why is he
I
not
knew-
working? He needs to put his application in for Chris Ballard.
He's
Get
not
him working
allowed
in that
to because
draft.
he lives in Ohio.
There you go.
I'm not saying where in Ohio, but he's still a huge Colts fan, man. Huge Colts fan.
I'm not ashamed to say that I was pretty pissed off when we picked him.
I was just like, who is this
He's
linebacker?
He's the pick that I think sold. I mean, that should have sold the entire fan base on Ballard. I mean, when you make a pick like that, when a lot of people don't even have this guy in your top 100, I mean, you know,
he was named the worst pick in the NFL draft.
Yep. I was like, when they first drafted him, I'm like, this is a Gregson pick, like drafting a nobody out of nowhere, like just reaching for these like fourth round talents. I was pissed. I have no problem admitting it. And you come in and get that guy who is an all pro as a rookie. I mean, that sells you on. That's how you know you have a great general manager. And that pick sold me on Chris Ballard.
But yeah, I could see Davidson or Blacklock dropping right here.
Yep. That's crazy. LSU with 4 drafted players in the first round.
Huh. That's no surprise. Alabama's probably up there too with like 4 or 5.
Maybe McKinney?
Maybe.
But I mean, they got a couple linebackers I like on the Titans already, though. So
yeah, they got some good deep, but they also got Mike Vrabel, who's definitely going to pound the defensive side of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Does John Harbaugh have enough stuff in his draft room? Jeez. Are you looking at that, Jake?
Yeah.
Every square inch, he's got something. I feel like these guys, when they show them like box by box view, I feel like they're in different parts of their house, or they're in different parts of a house. They're all in the same house, but just living in different parts. I guess because I watch too many YouTubers that all live together.
Epinenza is another guy I think could go here.
Oh, if Espinosa goes here, I'm gonna be upset just because I know he's a good player and he'll do really well for the Titans.
He seems like a Mike Vrabel type guy.
Mm-hmm.
I think Espinosa would be a good pick. He doesn't strike the same fear that the pick that Simmons was, but
or Gross Matos.
Yeah, Matos has better pass rushing chops, but you know Espinosa is a real good all around energy guy, great motor, stop the run, has some pass rushing chops.
That's exactly what Vrabel likes.
Yep.
So,
because that's who
good
Mike
all around. Yeah, because I mean he stuck around BB too long.
Hard to believe the Titans were in an AFC Championship game.
Did we bring up the Ravens safeties earlier and not bring up Earl Thomas?
I don't think we brought up safety. They could have took Xavier McKinney there.
I
can't believe
about who their safeties were.
Imagine if Ballard is able to get Xavier McKinney here at 34.
Wow, that would be a crazy. I'm shocked he's fallen this far.
I really am too.
Dude, who is that behind Mike Vrabel?
I was not going to say anything, but yeah.
Wearing the 50 jersey. That is a terrifying. He looks like he belongs on Tiger King.
I It's Joe Exotic.
He
That's
turned-
when you know it. That's when you know we've been on for a while.
He turned his life
4
around.
hours in.
He got adopted by Mike Vrabel.
I bet you Aaron Rodgers is pissed though.
That's what I'm saying. That fit for love is just kind of weird for me. I felt like the
Like you've
Patriots.
got 3 years at least of Rodgers. He's 36.
I just think like the environment you're going into with LaFleur, who's an unproven coach. You have Rodgers, who isn't going to be really a willing mentor like some of these guys like Breeze or Hoyer or Rivers or whatever. I just feel like it's a real like hostile, like unstable environment.
So Goodell's up with the pick now.
Oh,
Offensive tackle Isaiah Wilson.
wow.
Is that
Good.
7 offensive tackles?
Yep.
Or is that 6
Yep,
now?
That's 7.
the number.
I think.
That's the 7.
And offensive tackle is the smartest move they could have done because
Yep.
they lost their offensive tackle already.
Jack Conklin, yep.
Yep. So good move.
And this is a kid from Georgia, right? If I'm correct.
Yes. This was the
You
other
have your
tackle.
lighter in the,
Yeah.
in the bed. Oh, I don't have. No, it's dead.
Shock, Mike Vrabel makes a smart pick.
Yep. Mike Vrabel is what Texans front office thought Bill O'Brien was going to be.
Yeah. And I'm not a huge believer in the Titans this year, though. I think they finished like 7-9 or 8-8.
Oof.
Really? With that defense?
Yeah,
that
I just
run
think
game?
they're going to figure it out. Like we saw what Kansas City did to them in the AFC Championship game when they figured it out. He's
But
got
they-
basically like play goal line defense on them.
But they went out and picked up someone to go with Malcolm Butler and Odori Jackson to stop that corner. They went and got They got Logan Ryan, Odori Jackson, Malcolm Butler.
It'll be very
got-
much on Ryan Tannehill, the quarterback. It'll be very much on how he plays.
I think he's a really. I think Ryan Tannehill with that kind of a run game, and as long as they keep an offensive line in front of him, I think he will be a very good kind of game manager.
I'm really they really just showed Mike Vrabel spit and dip.
Ooh.
Not a good look.
Who are these people in that room?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. What are we doing here?
This is bizarre.
Why does it feel like Minnesota's picking for the 4th time here in just the next pick? Them in Miami, man.
I was about to say,
Every other pick is them too.
this is the Miami round. They're like, who else?
They
do you
need
guys
it.
want?
They need to go Xavier McKinney here. There's
That's
really
just out of
3
value.
safeties.
Just
Yeah.
out of value alone.
Mm-hmm.
And there's 3 safeties right here. Winfield Jr., McKinney, and then you've got Chin. They're all 3 of them are right here. Now, I'll be very interested to see what the Chiefs do, though, at 32. They could get one of the running backs, or they can go corner, which is where I think they'll go.
Oh,
Yeah.
they're going to go corner.
Yep. What do you think, Diggs there?
Probably.
Or McKinney.
It looks like he's gonna. I mean, he's probably sitting in his house with his jaw on the floor. They got to show him like they show the guys in the draft room. They're
Green
like,
room, yep.
table.
I mean, their secondary, the Chiefs' secondary wasn't terrible. Their run defense needed a little help through the season, but their pass defense wasn't that bad. I mean, that's how the Titans, the Colts, and the Texans, all 3 AFC South teams, besides, of course, Jacksonville, beat the Chiefs, was just running the football on them.
Yep.
I still am mind blown by the Jordan Love pick. Just the fact that I can understand if Aaron Rodgers was 38, but he's 36.
I mean, he's also dealt with a lot of injuries too
He's had a
recently.
lot of injuries.
A lot. Seems like,
Yeah.
and even when he's not injured, it seems like if he's getting hit, it takes him like 2 minutes to get off the ground every time.
And you also got to figure you don't know how long it's going to take in preparing Jordan Love. It might take 2 years. So
2, 3, 4.
Mhm.
I just mainly hate the coaching fit. I think he would have been a lot better off to go to more of a veteran proven coach than Matt LaFleur.
So how many middle round picks, like second and third rounders, is it going to take for the Patriots to get Aaron Rodgers? People are throwing that out there now.
Oh man, is it the freaking Belichick meme where he's walking through the tunnel?
More like the one where he's like at the scouting combine, he throws on the mic, the glasses.
Oh yeah,
He's like,
if I could burn one meme from existence, it would be the one of Belichick walking out of the tunnel.
How about the Pat McAfee when he pulls out the telescope? He's like,
oh, yeah.
I need to tweet that out real fast. Yeah, I don't know if Rodgers is still on Pat McAfee's live stream, but he was on there for sure.
Wow. Did they have like
Miami pick is in?
Did they have like reaction videos to that or what?
I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to check it out here tomorrow probably.
So then now I think the question becomes which pick do the Colts trade in the second round?
I think you have to trade 34.
Could be.
Man, if Mims or Higgins or both are there at 34, I don't see how you not take a wide receiver.
Yeah, Mims would be the slam dunk pick for me.
Yeah,
I can't find the Pat McAfee meme. I'm upset.
If Mims is selected, I'm 1/3 of the way of getting Chris Ballard's face tattooed on myself.
What was it? Mims and Eason, right?
Mims, Eason, and who was
Kmet.
the 75th? Kmet. Yeah. Kmet's my bias pick. My Notre Dame bias pick. I should have went with Chase Claypool because that's probably more realistic. But I said if he picks all three, I'll get his face tattooed on my arm.
I'd rather have Claypool than Kmet.
And we even picked out the picture.
I love Kmet.
I like Kmet too, but I think
Especially at
Claypool. I think Claypool has more versatility.
Yeah, I can see that. Kmet does too, though. I mean, you could line him up in the slot and at tight end. So
yeah,
I think Kmet has a lot of untapped potential. He didn't get to show at Notre Dame, but that's probably why he'll get drafted probably early second.
I can't find the Pat McAfee meme, and I'm upset. Really am.
Oh wow.
So we had one Colts Twitter meltdown over Jordan Love. The next Colts meltdown will be when they don't draft Michael Pittman at 34.
4 hours into the draft, I'm getting a little bit on the tired.
Me too. Let's get these last three picks in.
Yeah, that's why I was saying I'd rather have Claypool than Kmet Shralis because he's a tight end wide receiver he's a wide receiver tight end hybrid. Whereas Kmet is a tight end wide receiver hybrid. It's kind of the flip flop there.
Yeah. We're showing the Swift household, and I'm not talking about Taylor Swift.
Womp womp.
Maybe.
Did I get no laughs there? Yeah, they're talking a lot about the running backs right now with Miami.
Right now, Miami could probably draft Taylor Swift and still be a better team.
I was about to say you're 12
That's all value right there. That's all value.
You're 12 picks into the first round already. Why not take a running back? They're like, who do you guys want at this point? I mean,
first kicker comes off the board.
Man, you might as well.
Their whole roster is going to be rookies.
Man.
I'm telling you, Miami, if they nail this pick right here too, I mean, they're going to really make some noise next year because I really like Flores.
That's what I'm saying, man. Miami could just go BPA and be fine.
It was funny because the Colts game was kind of like the turn of the Dolphins season.
It really was.
Everyone went bananas when we lost to them, and then it was like the rest of the year they were really solid.
Well, you and me talked about it. We were like, hey, this team is not going to lay down. They are not as bad as people think.
Yep. I mean, they were, but their coach made them play hard. And the Colts, I think, lacked that will. That they got out physicaled and played. That's one thing I really want to challenge Reich to do next year is really just work on getting that. That's why they need that friction that he talks about.
Brian Hoyer was
friction.
just a god awful quarterback. That's why the Colts lost.
That's
Yeah.
true. Or
They did-
threw what 4 interceptions in a game and a half.
Yeah.
I mean, but Miami also has shipped like half their roster off. I mean, we had even with Hoyer, you have no business. We couldn't run the football. We couldn't do anything.
Well, they couldn't run the football because they had, as
Yeah.
Sam was, 12 guys in the box.
Nope.
I mean,
Yeah. But
Flores
still,
was out there blocking. You
you have a top 3 offensive line going up against that type of talent. I mean, you should still make some leeway somewhere. I still
So
expect.
Goodell's up here with the pick. Noah, do you know how to say Jake? Do you know how to say his last name?
Who?
Noah Ingabadabe, the corner from Auburn.
Nope. I have no idea. I've tried.
I'm
I
sorry.
gave up.
I'm sorry if he was watching the stream or if his family is watching the stream. I can't pronounce your last name, but
If
It
he's
went-
watching the stream.
He's watching this.
You never know.
I'm very proud of all 3 of us. All right.
Noah Ingabadane. I think that's his name.
Did you just say vagina?
No,
He did.
Gane.
It was close enough, Sam. I'm sorry.
Unfiltered. It's 12 a.m. and it's late.
If there's anyone under 18 watching right now, they need to go to bed anyway.
I have this marked not for children. So
Okay.
Hmm.
I wish I would have known that because Sam made a growing 6 inches joke that would have been very handy about an hour ago.
well, I don't want it. I don't want the stream to be nasty. But just call him Auburn Noah. There you go.
There you go. His name is Noah forever.
I knew they were going to go running back there, though.
We
They
just
needed
know
to
his
build their
last name's
defense.
not Fant. That's all that matters.
Yep. There you go.
I would not be surprised at this point if Xavier McKinney did not go. If he did go to the Colts at 34.
Well, you have Kansas City too, so they're not out of the woods.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Since he picks again,
Yeah. In Cincinnati, would probably go tackle maybe.
could be.
I would have to see what tackles are available, but hell, let's go ahead and run the second round. Why don't we?
Hey, you made good time, guys. Just go ahead and get it over with. Now we got to wait a whole nother 24 hours.
I really don't know if I would have slept if the Colts would have taken, or if Jordan Love would have been available.
Hey, I just want to announce that we just broke over 1,000 live views on Sportscaster for this.
Nice.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, we really appreciate you guys listening to us for 4 freaking hours.
hours.
I can't even listen to myself talk for 4 hours.
Thing. Right.
You just did.
But I'll
I
tell
took
you
a few
what,
breaks.
this was a really good. I mean, we did a good coverage here so far. I mean, we've had good takes on the picks, except for the first 5, because obviously those first
Chalk.
5 were
And I think we also got to give a shout out to the ESPN broadcast. I think they've done a really excellent job.
Yep.
I know Law you haven't been able to watch, but I mean Jake, they haven't really no lag video, no
Flawless.
messing up, anything like that. Everything's been going pretty well.
That's great.
And I can't wait to watch rounds 3 through 7 on Saturday. That's my favorite time to watch.
Oh man.
Thanks for joining, Jay Davis. I appreciate you being here. It's 1:30 for you in the morning. I understand you can't stay up any longer, but thank you for joining. Don't forget.
You got 2
smash
more
that-
picks. Power through it. 1 more pick because the Vikings pick is in. You got 1 more pick.
Smash that like button. Make sure we get follows. Share this on your social media so that other people can see, if you will. I much appreciate it.
Jake, did you see Zimmer's house when they panned his video?
Yeah.
I'm not surprised at all. That's how his house looks.
No, I not at all.
Here's the Vikings selection. Jeff Gladney, the corner out of TCU. So I like that pick a lot. Yeah. He's going to replace Xavier Rhodes.
Yep.
Got the size.
I think Shrayless is right, finally. After the 18th team that he has picked McKinney to go to, this is probably where he'll go.
That type of perseverance and character would have gotten him drafted by Chris Ballard.
That's
That is the type of character he's looking for in that Colts locker room. Colts can easily trade back from 34 and still have a great pick.
Yeah, there's a bunch of receiver value there still.
Josh Jones
we
is still available.
We knew there was going to be a ton of receiver value.
Well,
in the
I
second
really
round.
did not think that Denzel Mims was going to be there.
No,
I did.
really.
Every time I've done it, I've only seen Mims taken in the first round one time out of 6 drafts that I've
Hell,
done.
every time me and Jake did a mock, we saw Mims gone by 25 at least.
For me, it was just watching him, just his overall play. Like, he's just such a well-rounded receiver. I'm just shocked that he fell this far. But it's just he doesn't have that, I don't think, that elite trait that maybe will draw teams to him in the first round. So
He just has a problem with sometimes he drops balls.
drops, yeah. Yep. But if they can trade 34 for, another for a third and a fourth from somebody, I would do it in a heartbeat.
I'm gonna look at the draft picks coming up here. Because was it you and me that mocked the Vikings trading the 34th, or was it Denver?
Denver.
Yeah, I did a mock draft. I had them trading back with the Vikings.
Yeah, we did Denver because they had 3 third-round picks.
Yeah,
we traded for 2 of them. I think the Draft Network does a good job of like trying to keep it realistic with the trades you can pull. Like, you can't trade the 34th pick for like 36 and 54. They won't let you do that. So I think they do a pretty good job with that. Watch the Chiefs take Denzel Mims.
Oh, that would not be fair.
They're still.
Who's got a lot of second-round picks and third-round picks?
There's quite a few that have like 3 picks in the third round or in the second and third round.
Mm-hmm.
See, Miami, you could take their 56th and 70th overall pick for 34 if they want to move up.
Who, Miami?
Yeah, because
That's
Miami.
the last thing they need is another pick in the top 40. I'm sick of seeing them. I wouldn't do it just based off of principle because I'm sick of seeing their name.
I'm trying to think. You can get Tampa Bay's 76th overall pick right after your 75th and like 45, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not that. I don't know.
45 and 76.
Yeah, for 34, maybe.
No,
That's a little too much.
that would be a fourth. You'd have to do a fourth. It would be crazy to see those leaks. There's going to start getting leaks of teams that are going to be looking to trade with those top 5 second-round picks.
This time right now, or the moments after the first round and the moments right after the draft, those are like the craziest times because you get all the trades coming in to get into the early second round, and then you got like the undrafted free agency coming up.
That's why I felt like you had to trade up to get Love anyway, because if he fell to 33, there would have been a bidding war on him with Cincinnati for that 33rd pick.
So you guys want to talk about the Vrabel household being crazy? There was someone in the very background. I don't know if you guys can see it. This person's on the toilet.
What the?
Yeah.
So I just realized that I had picked a Clutch Points article, the link to for this draft. It was an article about the San Francisco 49ers are open to trading away the number 13th pick.
Mm-hmm. What, they traded it one back.
Yeah, traded both their picks.
Yeah. So I selected the right one.
There you go.
So that's awesome.
That is awesome. The Chiefs need to hurry up. Why do they have Booger McFarland on here? Like I haven't really listened to anything they've said.
They're trying to, give him the over so that way they can keep him as the Monday Night Football guy.
I don't think it matters if Cincy picks a wide receiver. It doesn't matter because the Colts will still have solid wide receivers to pick from. So
Like you've literally got Mims, Michael Pittman, and T. Higgins. Just off the top of my head, those three.
Yeah.
You can get them at either 34. Well, Mims you're probably going to have to get at 34, but the other guys you could probably get at 44.
Yep.
So the Chiefs pick is in. We are almost over. 4.5 hours in. This is why they need to have drafted like noon on when it's like this.
They need to do it on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Do
That's a
Friday
big one.
night and Saturday and Sunday during the day.
actually, Shreyless, he said that on the Chase fighting Corona. That was the article I was going to use as my thing, and I couldn't find it. And then I was like, well, we'll just use this one. But yeah, he's actually on the end part of fighting the coronavirus.
Okay.
So I mean, he's just a couple days away from being cleared.
Oh, okay.
That's good to hear.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Hear people get their taste and something taste and hearing, I guess, lost. I guess something like that.
Really?
Yeah. I'm like, dang, that's really serious.
Well, I mean, they're both.
Oh,
parts.
everybody should see Andy Reid's shirt. It's amazing.
I'll see it in about 5 minutes. Hold on.
I'll see it tomorrow.
I'll see it.
Oh, it's peak Andy Reid.
Louis Riddick is still talking on my screen.
If we could trade for any NFL coach, it would definitely be Andy Reid.
Is there a big chocolate cake on it? That'd be so awesome.
Give me big red. No, it's like a Florida shirt.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He needs to have it half buttoned down, like what everyone else wears those shirts like.
That would be disgusting.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
All right, so the Chiefs, they're making their selection right now. Please, no Denzel Mims.
Poor McKinney, man.
They go Clyde Edwards-Helaire, the running back from LSU.
A
That's the
running
first
back.
running back take.
First running back, and it's not even
The top three.
top three.
Wow. Edwards-Helaire is a slept-on guy, though, big time.
Who's making the picks for Kansas City?
I would have taken Swift there, but I mean, no, I thought really all four of them are really good picks.
Edwards-Helaire has such great gear shifting ability, though, in close quarters. I mean, he can get chunk yards in a hurry.
Yeah, that's what I like about what I like about Marlon Mack is how he's able to just change directions and go from 0 to 60 at his max speed instantaneously.
Yep.
That's why Mack's so dangerous.
Yep. That's what Edwards-Helaire does.
Mack's top end isn't burner speed,
Exactly.
but he could get to his top end like that.
Yep. Yeah, Edwards-Helaire was landed in the perfect spot. Really great multifaceted player. That sucks that the Chiefs got him. Went safety there, but oh well.
I think we are done then, right?
Yep.
All right.
That
So
was a
I
lot of
want
fun, man.
to thank you both for being here, and I will make sure that I get a copy of this over to you guys. Why don't you go ahead and give a moment? Tell the people, any people watching, where they can find you. Little
Self plug.
yes,
You can
self-plug.
find me on Twitter at Sam Sinclair96. You can follow me and Jake have our own podcast, of course, Circle City Sports Podcast on Twitter. And you can find us on iTunes, anywhere you listen to podcasts. And we'll have plenty of content for you guys after this draft is over. So make sure you check that out.
Yep. Thanks for having us on, Lawrence, man. We appreciate it.
Hey, I appreciate you guys being here and dealing with me for 4 hours.
Hey, we did it during the summer last year. Remember that?
Yeah, we did. Oh, man, you and me, we went to the training camp. That was a fun training camp that day.
Oh, we did that,
opening
and
day.
we broke down the whole roster and the
Oh, my
schedule
goodness.
that
Yeah.
one day.
Mm-hmm. It was
Grinding.
fun. So we will be back tomorrow.
Probably, yep.
All right.
A whole lot longer.
Well,
Yep.
don't forget, everybody, if you're watching on Sportscaster, hit that like and follow me. And if you are watching on YouTube, smash the like button. hit the subscribe and share, if you will. Hit that notification bell so you're notified next time I go live. And until next time, I'm Lawrence Owen. This is Colts Law with Sam Sinclair and Jake Elrod. And until next time, have a good one.